Chapter 258. As Leng Shiqi and the others climbed higher and higher, the number of ghosts that could attack them decreased. However, the tens of thousands of corpses under the stone pillar unconsciously accumulated into a human ladder, slowly climbing up. Leng Shiqi could not stop. And now there were only a dozen of them left. The rest had naturally fallen here. As they were forced up by countless ghosts, their climbing speed was very fast, so they gradually caught up to those who had climbed from the beginning. They could even faintly see the end of the stone pillar. After about half an hour, everyone arrived at the top of the stone pillar. However, the 200 people in front were controlled by the illusion technique, while Leng Shiqi and the others were forced to catch up. On top of the stone pillar was a huge circular stone platform. There were many sharp blood-colored pillars around it, and countless complicated arrays were carved on the ground. In the center of the stone platform, there was a person sitting there. To be precise, it was a skeleton sitting there. And what was different about this skeleton was that its bones were actually a faint rainbow color. At this time, someone in the group shouted, "Heavens, Divine Fantasy Spirit Stone! So many Divine Fantasy Spirit Stones! Haha, there's actually a 7th level spirit weapon, that's mine! Cultivation technique. This is actually the most suitable 8th level cultivation technique for me, don't fight with me. Water cloud feather. The best materials for refining, I'm rich, I'm rich." Similar voices rose and fell in the crowd. Seeing this scene, Leng Shiqi knew that they were still immersed in the illusion, because there was nothing here. And Wuxia and the others who came later also had a look of shock and fear. If they had come earlier, they might have been as crazy as those people. However, what was even crazier was that in the crowd, there was a disciple of Shiju Wu who suddenly sent out a few palm strikes, injuring several people around him. He even shouted, "You dare to steal my treasure, you're courting death. Scram, the spirit technique is mine. Humph, overestimating yourself, die." The moment he made his move, it was like a chain reaction. One spirit cultivator after another made their move. In the blink of an eye, the 200 spirit cultivators began to kill each other. They were actually killing each other for a treasure that didn't even exist. The battle between more than 200 spirit pulse realm cultivators could be said to be heaven-shaking. Sword energy flashed, palm shadows flew, and waves of violent spirit force spread in all directions. Leng Shiqi and the others couldn't even stand still. People were dying at every moment. Blood splattered and flowed everywhere. Before long, this place was filled with the smell of blood. Bai Yi, Tang Wanqiu, the black-veiled woman, and the others were all dumbfounded. Although they had extraordinary backgrounds, when had they ever seen such a scene? Even an old senior like Wuxia widened his eyes slightly. It was obvious that he had been provoked. Many of the people involved in the fierce battle were their fellow disciples, but now they were completely helpless and could only watch helplessly. They couldn't help but feel anxious. Wuxia said in a hoarse voice, "Is there any way to wake them up? If this continues, they will all die sooner or later." Leng Shiqi's eyes lit up as he observed his surroundings. Soon he discovered two strange things. First, these people were clearly fighting in a mess, but no one approached the skeleton at the center of the stone platform. Also, there was a lot of blood flowing out from the fierce battle. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood, but there wasn't much blood on the ground. Thus, Leng Shiqi kept staring at the blood on the ground. Sure enough, he saw the blood slowly seeping into the ground. What was even stranger was that the dead people didn't have any soul power floating out. Leng Shiqi had the passive skill of Hell Curse that could absorb souls, but he couldn't see any remnant souls appear. Is it the array formation here that's absorbing the power of blood and soul? What's the use after absorbing it? Leng Shiqi guessed and looked around, hoping to find some clues. The black-veiled woman pointed and said, "Look, the surrounding pillars seem to be brightening." When Leng Shiqi heard this, he saw that the sharp spear-like pillars around the stone platform were indeed glowing faintly. He clearly remembered that it wasn't like this when they first came up. Was there a connection between the disappearance of the blood and the pillars shining? Wuxia directly said, "Let's go destroy those pillars. Maybe that's the foundation of the formation here. After we destroy it, we might be able to wake everyone up." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed to the nearest sharp pillar. His golden blade swept out, and the sharp golden blade slashed out and chopped the sharp pillar. With a dang sound, there was only a crack on the pillar. Wuxia exclaimed, "This thing is actually so hard." He was in the middle stage of the spirit pulse realm, and he didn't hold back. His full strength attack only left a crack? However, the more it was like this, the more he felt that the pillar was strange. "Let's try working together." Everyone felt that there was something wrong with the pillar, and immediately agreed. Lung Shiqi waved his left hand, and a blue circular formation appeared in front of him. A huge sword tip that was as cold as a 10,000-year-old ice cave appeared. Dozens of foot-long pure white icicles condensed around Bing Shang. Bai Yi formed a mountain seal with one hand and a sea seal with the other. He used two completely different powers at the same time. The black-veiled woman used demonic energy to condense a flower half the size of a person. In an instant, dozens of fierce spiritual techniques landed on the pillar. With a loud bang, the sharp pillar finally broke apart. But what was strange was that when the sharp pillar broke, it only let out a scream. They all looked at each other and confirmed that they didn't hear wrong. Could it be that this sharp pillar is alive? Wuxia shouted, "Let's try again." After a dozen breaths of time, another pillar broke apart. This time, they clearly heard a voice that was neither human nor ghost. At this moment, there was a sudden change. The remaining dozens of sharp pillars emitted waves of aura. There was resentment, death, injustice, and hatred. Then the blood on the ground disappeared without a trace. The dozens of auras gathered together and formed a huge ball of death aura. The dense death aura caused people to feel a chill all over their bodies. When this ball of death aura appeared, Lung Shiqi and the others immediately gathered together to guard against it. They were now in the same boat, and had to hold together. Following that, as long as there was blood flowing out from the crowd, it would be directly absorbed by the ball of death aura. The blood of these spirit cultivators was like their nutrients. Very quickly, the number of spirit cultivators became fewer and fewer. There were only 100 people left, and the ball of death aura actually formed a human figure. Chapter 259. The human-shaped phantoms were emitting all sorts of death and resentment auras. Their bodies did not seem to have any strong spirit chi, and their bodies were slightly distorted, but they gave off a feeling of invincibility. The human-shaped phantoms suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, I've finally seen the light of day again." The strange thing was that his voice sounded like dozens of people at the same time. At the same time, there were also several different voices. "Kill. Kill. I want to kill. Revenge. I want revenge. Meng Tianzong. I want to kill you. Hate. I hate. Meng Tianzong harmed me." Lung Shiqi thought that the phantoms were the amalgamation of dozens of resentment. It was probably something like a vengeful spirit. Before they died, they must have contained endless resentment, and even after 10,000 years, it was still so strong. Previously, they had used some unknown method to attach themselves to the pillars and silently suck the blood of the spirit cultivators, but Lung Shiqi and the others had destroyed 2 of the pillars, forcing them to come out early. But who was Meng Tianzong? Bai Yi revealed a look of surprise and said, "Meng Tianzong? Our sect's ancient records say that Meng Tianzong is the founder of the Divine Dream Palace, and also the Great Palace Master." Hearing the words Great Palace Master, Lung Shiqi thought of the words that Zhu Xinlu, who had passed down to him, once said. The Great Palace Master still failed. Since Meng Tianzong was the Great Palace Master he spoke of, and also the founder of the Divine Dream Palace, what did he do to make people hate him so much? And in the end he still failed. Or it could be said that it was because he failed that he was hated, and even gave birth to a vengeful spirit after his death. In the end it came to harm Lung Shiqi and the others. "Haha, quickly become my blood food, become the nourishment of my body. This is your honor. Die die." The vengeful spirit phantom continued to absorb the blood chi, and their figures became more and more solid, but it became even crazier. He waved his hand and shouted, Go and burn Meng Tianzong's bones to ashes, and let him be consigned to eternal damnation." The 100 or so spirit cultivators who were still fighting, under the control of the vengeful spirit phantom, attacked the skeleton at the same time. It turned out that the skeleton was Meng Tianzong. However, There seemed to be an invisible barrier around Meng Tianzong, which turned all the attacks into nothingness around him. Not only that, his body couldn't even take half a step forward. As for the vengeful spirit phantom, it was still controlling the spirit cultivator to continuously attack Meng Tianzong, as if it truly hated Meng Tianzong to the core. But all of a sudden, the vengeful spirit looked at Leng Shiqi. At this moment, all the spirit cultivator who had been affected by the illusion technique were attacking Meng Tianzong's skeleton. Only Leng Shiqi and the others were standing at the side foolishly. This was too eye-catching, it was impossible not to notice them. Leng Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. Then, a crazy and eager look appeared on his face. Then he immediately went into the crowd. Cold chi condensed around him and surged toward Meng Tianzong's corpse. He was pretending that he was also under the illusion. In a moment of desperation, Leng Shiqi thought of this method to make up the numbers. The others weren't stupid either. They quickly reacted to the situation. The first to react was the black-veiled woman. Her eyes moved, and the light in her eyes immediately faded, turning into emptiness. Then, like Leng Shiqi, she crazily rushed toward Meng Tianzong's skeleton. Next were Bing Shang, Huo Baiyi and the others. Unfortunately, two of them were a step too slow. The vengeful spirit phantom immediately noticed the two of them. It opened and closed its palms, and the two of them suddenly exploded. Countless amounts of blood and flesh flew out, but strangely flew toward the vengeful spirit phantom. The vengeful spirit phantom opened its mouth wide and sucked in the flesh and blood of the two people, revealing a satisfied expression. There are actually two fish that escaped the net. Let's treat it as a sumptuous meal. Seeing the vengeful spirit phantom easily kill two spirit vein stage spirit cultivators with a wave of its hand, Leng Shiqi's heart sank. If this continued, all the spirit cultivators here would die one by one. In the end, he would also die. I have to help the others get rid of the illusion first. Leng Shiqi had once helped Hua Lingling get rid of the illusion on Blood Mist Island. The method he used was to directly use his mental force to forcefully break the illusion. However, there were more than 100 spirit cultivators here using their spirit techniques. The spirit energy around them was wreaking havoc, so there was no chance for them to get close. Although he had also cultivated a few illusion techniques, he did not know much about how to break them. He could only whisper to the people around him. Do you have a way to break the illusion? Just now, Leng Shiqi's method of pretending to be under the illusion could be considered to have indirectly saved the lives of the others. Therefore, the other people's attitude towards Leng Shiqi was extremely good. Huo Xiao answered first. Sects that practice illusion techniques are extremely rare, and there is not a single one in Donglin County. Therefore, no one has studied how to break the illusion. Baiyi continued, the defensive item that the sect gave me can resist the illusion, but I have never heard of a method to break the illusion. The black-veiled woman hesitated for a moment before saying, I have seen a battle between spirit cultivators who are proficient in illusion techniques. I have only heard of one method from their words. Leng Shiqi looked at the black-veiled woman in surprise. He realized that this woman's knowledge was truly extraordinary. The black-veiled woman continued, that is to cast another illusion on the victim, and replace the previous illusion with the later illusion. Then the caster can cancel the illusion. However, I have only heard of this method and cannot guarantee that it will succeed. Furthermore, we do not have any spirit cultivators who are proficient in illusion techniques. A trace of hesitation flashed across Leng Shiqi's eyes, but he immediately sat down cross-legged and said, I have a way, please protect me. Hearing this, everyone was shocked, including Bing Shang. Bing Shang had seen Leng Shiqi use many kinds of spirit techniques before, but he didn't know that he could use illusion techniques. However, since Leng Shiqi had said so, he must have a way. Bing Shang was the first to stand beside Leng Shiqi and protect him. The others did not hesitate. The best way now was to help everyone remove the illusion, and then work together to kill the vengeful spirit. When they were helpless, Leng Shiqi had a way to remove the illusion. At this moment, they could only choose to believe in him. The remaining people immediately formed a circle, protecting Leng Shiqi in the middle and covering his figure. Leng Shiqi closed his eyes and summoned the system. He wanted to level up his newly learned spirit technique, falling flowers, to the great perfection stage. Chapter 260. Leng Shiqi had cultivated 3 illusions before accepting the inheritance of the Zhu Shen school. When he heard the black-veiled woman's words, he thought that one of the illusions might be able to help others dispel the illusions. That was the rank 4 spiritual technique, falling flowers. Falling blossoms was a large-scale illusion. The victim would fall into a boundless and beautiful world of blossoms, while the victim would be at the mercy of others. However, Leng Shiqi had only cultivated this spiritual technique to the beginner level in the room before stopping. This level of cultivation was probably not enough to help many people dispel the illusions at the same time. Therefore, what Leng Shiqi needed to do now was to use his unlimited skill points to raise falling flowers to the great perfection realm. After a few breaths of time in the outside world, Leng Shiqi suddenly opened his eyes. Soon after, his hands started to form a seal, and his hand shadows started to fly. The black-veiled woman looked at Leng Shiqi with a strange light in her eyes. She knew that the old man in front of her was actually Wuxia. Therefore, she was very curious. How could such a rogue cultivator be proficient in sword techniques, blade techniques, spirit techniques, and even illusions? After I get out, I will mobilize the intelligence network and investigate this Wuxia. The black-veiled woman thought to herself, but suddenly, a petal fell on her shoulder. She focused her eyes and saw that it was a petal as black as ink. It was actually somewhat similar to her nirvana flower. Suddenly, she raised her head as if she had sensed something. She saw black petals falling from the sky, like a gorgeous rain of flowers. The black-veiled woman gradually became immersed in the rain of flowers, and the light in her eyes gradually dissipated. Not only the black-veiled woman, but everyone around Leng Shiqi saw the rain of flowers. However, everyone saw a slightly different scene. Tang Wanqiu saw petals of wind that symbolized freedom, Huaxiao saw golden petals that were filled with blade intent, and Bingshang saw snow that filled the sky. This was the falling blossoms. Only Bai Yi did not fall into Leng Shiqi's illusion. It was obvious that the treasure on his body helped him resist the illusion. A portion of the spirit cultivator, who had already been affected by the illusion technique, started to calm down. With every breath of time that passed, more and more people started to cultivate. In a few breaths of time, more than half of the spirit cultivators were no longer crazy. Naturally, this scene could not be hidden from the wraith shadow. He suddenly roared and instantly locked onto Leng Shiqi. How dare you spoil my plans? Die. Just as he was about to tear Leng Shiqi into pieces, Leng Shiqi shouted, "Wake up!" His shout was like a sudden clap of thunder, reverberating in the minds of everyone who had been hit by the falling blossoms. These people woke up in an instant. And where are the treasures? My treasure is gone. How did so many people die? What is that? Those who had regained consciousness were not unaware of what they had done. They were all puzzled. But now was not the time for them to be puzzled. Huaxiao circulated his spirit energy and shouted, "There are no treasures here at all. All of you have been affected by the wraith's illusion technique, and are killing each other." Bai Yi said to a person in the crowd, "Senior brother Hebo, senior brothers, quickly come and help me kill the wraith." Hebo was the leader of the Mountain Sea sect. He was at the 9th level of the Spirit Pulse realm. He naturally believed Bai Ye's words without a doubt. He quickly took a look and discovered that more than 10 spirit cultivators from the Mountain and Sea sect had died. He could not help but be shocked and angry, and immediately gathered the remaining 30 over spirit cultivators from the Mountain and Sea sect to attack the vengeful spirit shadow. The other people who had woken up were not stupid. They quickly understood everything. They looked at the corpses of their fellow sect members, and felt a surge of blood chi in their hearts. They were not like the Mountain Sea sect. Losing a few spirit pulse realm cultivators was nothing, but to them, it was a serious injury. Immediately, under the lead of the Mountain Sea sect, all the sober people charged towards the Wraith Shadow. The Wraith Shadow did not care about the Leng Shiqi anymore. He shouted ferociously, "Stop them!" Although Leng Shiqi's falling blossoms had awakened more than half of the cultivators, there were still about 40 people trapped in the illusion technique. These people, under the control of the Wraith Shadow, blocked the 100 or so people who were awake. The two groups of people immediately engaged in a chaotic battle. Although the difference in numbers between the two sides was huge, to the sober people, their opponents were all fellow sect members. Of course, they could not kill them. When they fought, their hands and feet were tied. On the other hand, the people who were trapped in the illusion technique all had red eyes. It was as if they had met the enemy who killed their father, and were fighting to the death. As a result, the 40 of them were actually able to stop the 100 or so people. At this time, the Wraith Shadow's body was constantly twisting, bulging out one by one. In the blink of an eye, he actually split into a human figure. However, these two figures were smaller than the original and more transparent. One of the two figures looked like an old man with a long beard, and the other looked like a square-faced man. The old man's eyes were filled with endless hatred and resentment. He said crazily, "Damn it, you all deserve to die. Meng Tianzong deserves to die even more." Immediately, a surge of death energy surged around him. The death energy turned into countless tentacles and grabbed at Meng Tianzong's skeleton. At this time, the Wraith Shadow still wanted to turn Meng Tianzong into ashes. It could be seen that he really hated him to the extreme. However, when the monstrous death energy approached the skeleton, it quickly melted like snow under the sun. "Meng Tianzong, you're still so selfish even in death. I will make sure you die without a complete corpse." The long-bearded old man attacked relentlessly, while the other square-faced man's vengeful spirit pounced towards Lung Shiqi's side. The square-faced man was filled with anger. If it wasn't for Lung Shiqi's interference, their plan would have succeeded. He had to kill Lung Shiqi. Lung Shiqi's heart also tightened. He ran into the crowd and said, "Protect me. I can still help the rest break the illusion." Bai Yi and Huoxiao nodded. They were all adults. It was Lung Shiqi who helped them break free from the illusion. The people who woke up looked at him gratefully. Then dozens of people helped him block the square-faced man. The square-faced man waved his arms and two python-like death energy swept out. In an instant, the people closest to him were sent flying. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Everyone was shocked. The square-faced man's strength was far beyond their imagination. Even normal spirit aperture realm experts weren't this strong. At this time he boldly shouted, "Mountain Sea Sect disciples, set up the 10,000 streams to the sea formation." Hualala, more than 30 Mountain Sea Sect disciples quickly gathered. Each of them was shining with a blue and yellow light. These lights reflected each other and gradually merged into one. Finally, they all gathered on Hebo's body. Hebo's spirit energy surged. In an instant, it surpassed the limit of the spirit pulse realm, and was still growing. Chapter 261. Under the support of the formation set up by more than 30 Mountain Sea Sect disciples, Hebo's cultivation directly climbed to the middle stage of the spirit aperture realm. Lung Shiqi was also surprised that the Mountain Sea Sect had such a magical formation. Not only was it convenient to use, but the effect was also very obvious. As expected of a top force, Hebo slapped out with his palm, and the shadow of a mini mountain appeared around him. His palm shadow and the mountain shadow merged into one, and his palm actually had the power of Mount Tai. The square-faced man's hands turned into two huge blades and swung down. The blades were silent, but they contained extreme sharpness, and tore apart the mountain-like palm shadow. Hebo and the 30 spirit cultivators behind him suddenly turned pale, but no one was injured. The formation they formed weakened the square-faced man's blade layer by layer, and everyone shared the aftermath, so only their blood and chi were slightly shaken. Hebo and the others were obviously no match for the square-faced man, but they could block him for a short period of time. In addition, the other spirit cultivators were involved, giving Lung Shiqi a lot of time. Lung Shiqi did not stop for a moment, and rushed to the group of people who were still fighting. He did not hesitate to use the same trick again, and once again used the falling flowers. Sure enough, after a while, the crazy spirit cultivators stopped. Lung Shiqi saw that the time was right and took the initiative to withdraw the illusion. At this point, everyone finally woke up. Immediately many people came forward to explain everything. They also understood that they had been controlled by the vengeful spirit, and they were all furious. However, when they saw the old man's earth-shaking methods, they were terrified. At this moment, the space around Meng Tianzong's skeleton was already filled with cracks, as if it would shatter at any time. The old man also realized that everyone had woken up, and there was no more blood qi for him to absorb. He turned his head and did not make any other movements, but the tentacles of death qi that filled the sky gradually pressed down on everyone's heads. The pressure of death made everyone's heart sink. However, they were all spirit cultivators who had stepped into the four realms of heaven, and none of them were trash. They knew that they could not escape, so they could only fight to the death. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, dozens of violent spirit qi emerged, and these people used their trump cards to deal with the death qi tentacles falling down. Lung Shiqi looked at the death aura solemnly. The spiritual energy in his body moved, and the demonic beast blood pattern armor instantly covered him, causing his aura to skyrocket. At the same time, wisps of holy silver light seeped out of his body and weaved a silver cloak for him. There was also a pair of holy antlers that were a foot long protruding from his shoulders. This was the beast qi battle pattern that he had obtained after fusing with the rank 3 demonic beast, the holy silver deer. The Saint Silver Deer's beast essence battle runes boosted his speed and holy power. The demonic armor and the silver light perfectly blended together, making the Lung Shiqi look like a demon. One tentacle after another attacked Lung Shiqi. Lung Shiqi executed spirit steps and transformed into a black and white light, dodging the tentacles one after another. However, there were too many tentacles, and no matter how fast he was, he could not dodge all of them. Immediately after, he unsheathed his azure rain blade, and a green full moon rose. The full moon shot out a sharp blade qi, cutting all the tentacles around his waist. He could be considered to be able to withstand it, but there were many who could not, especially those who were fighting each other before. They had already used up a lot of their spiritual energy, and some were even injured. Under the death qi tentacles, more than 10 people died in the blink of an eye. The tentacles wrapped up the flesh of the corpses, and gave it to the long-bearded old man, causing his figure to recover a little. This vengeful spirit was obviously much stronger than the square-faced man, and as long as someone died, it would replenish his blood qi. Unless they could kill it in one blow, the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for everyone. At this time, Lung Shiqi looked at a sharp pillar not far from him in surprise. The sharp pillar was also affected by his full moon light slash, and there were a few cracks on it. He suddenly remembered that it was because they destroyed the 2 sharp pillars that the vengeful spirit was forced out. If he guessed correctly, there should have been many vengeful spirits attached to the sharp pillars. Originally, they planned to slowly absorb the blood qi of the dead cultivators, and then see the light of day again. However, Lung Shiqi and the others' actions broke their original plan, and they could only be born in the form of an amalgamation. Therefore, these sharp pillars might be their lifeline. Of course, these were only Lung Shiqi's guesses, and whether it was true or not, he still had to test it out. Lung Shiqi held the azure rain blade, and in a few flashes, he covered a distance of more than 10 feet. Immediately, the green full moon appeared again, and cut the sharp pillar in half. At the moment when the sharp pillar was cut in half, the square-faced man who was fighting with Hebo and the others suddenly stopped, and then a translucent ghost appeared, wailing and dissipating from the world. The square-faced man's aura suddenly dropped by 30%. Seeing this scene, Lung Shiqi knew that he guessed right. He hurriedly said, "Quickly destroy the surrounding sharp pillars, that is where the vengeful spirits are attached to." As Lung Shiqi helped everyone get rid of the illusion, his prestige was now very high, and the people near the sharp pillars immediately joined forces to destroy them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 sharp pillars were destroyed. This time, the 2 vengeful spirits were stripped of their resentment at the same time, and their auras weakened. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. So these sharp pillars were the vengeful spirit's weakness. "You dare!" The long-bearded old man roared, but dozens of arms appeared behind him, and so many arms began to form seals at the same time. Then the entire stone platform began to shake slightly, and the shaking became more and more intense. The surface of the stone platform began to shatter. revealing a dark red light. A pungent smell of blood wafted out. No one knew what was going to happen, and they were all shocked, and hurriedly controlled their bodies. Although they were shocked, they would not foolishly wait for others to use their methods. No one had ever worked together like this before, and these spirit cultivators who were usually fighting with each other tacitly split up to destroy the sharp pillars. In a short period of time, more than a dozen sharp pillars were destroyed. The long-bearded old man and the square-faced man, the two vengeful spirits, shrunk by a large circle and became more transparent. However, the movements on the stone platform were getting louder and louder. Bang, bang, bang. The tiles on the stone platform exploded, and in a moment, the stone platform had completely changed. There were countless mysterious and complicated grooves on the ground, and a thick layer of black and red blood had solidified in those grooves. And all the grooves and blood finally gathered at the center of the stone platform, where Meng Tianzong was. Lung Shiqi's expression froze. This was clearly an altar. Chapter 262. At this time, the two vengeful spirits were much weaker, and they once again merged back into one. Do you see this? This is all my blood, our blood. He opened his mouth, but two voices came out. He both suddenly said, "This seems to be a blood sacrifice array." "You're right," the vengeful spirit actually replied. "This is indeed a blood sacrifice array. If we were to calculate according to rank, it would be a 9th rank array." 9th rank array? These 4 words caused everyone's heart to tremble. Of the spirit cultivators present, 99% of them were from spirit cultivation sects, and had some understanding of arrays. Even a tier 4 array formation was extremely rare to them. As for 9th rank, it was unimaginable. Humph. Do you know who that rainbow skeleton sitting in the middle is? He is the peerless genius of the past, the genius that created the divine illusion palace, Meng Tianzong. With these words, other than Lung Shiqi, Bai Yi and a few others, everyone else had a look of disbelief. A powerful expert from 10,000 years ago had actually fallen here. The vengeful spirit continued. You're all shocked? Then do you know that it was Meng Tianzong who laid down this 10,000 spirit sacrifice array? And the people he sacrificed were all the disciples of the divine illusion palace. Hearing these words, everyone's disbelief turned into shock. Even Lung Shiqi and the others were like this. The founder of the divine illusion palace sacrificed all his disciples? This sounded like a joke, but everyone thought that the divine illusion palace had indeed ceased to exist overnight. Many people were puzzled. How could such a powerful sect be destroyed in such a short period of time? Now that they heard the vengeful spirit's words, if what he said was true and Meng Tianzong sacrificed all the disciples of the divine illusion palace, this explanation seemed to make sense. They then thought of the tens of thousands of skeletons below the high platform. The skeletons did not seem to have any injuries, so they obviously did not die in battle. This confirmed the vengeful spirit's words even more. The more they thought, the more they felt that this was the truth. However, another question surfaced in his mind. Why did Meng Tianzong do this? The organization that he had painstakingly built had been toppled in an instant, and all the disciples that he had nurtured had died. What was his goal? The resentful spirit seemed to see through everyone's doubts. He said, "That's because Meng Tianzong is an extremely selfish person. He didn't have good intentions from the start. Everything he did was for himself. The reason why he created the Divine Dream Palace was to gather a large number of talented disciples. The cultivation methods he passed down were also for the sake of the blood sacrifice. If everyone's cultivation methods were of the same origin as his, they would be able to greatly increase the effects of the blood sacrifice. It's laughable how much we revered him in the past and viewed him as a god. But who would have thought that in his eyes, we were nothing more than blood sacrifices? And his goal was actually to break through to the next level. For his own breakthrough, he sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent souls. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes, and he still failed in the end. He still failed, and his soul was scattered. At this point, the vengeful spirit began to laugh maniacally, but everyone was dumbfounded. This shocking secret from tens of thousands of years ago had been revealed in front of them, completely overturning their previous understanding of the world. They couldn't help but look at the 7-colored skeleton in the center of the altar. That was Meng Tianzong, who had sacrificed tens of thousands of disciples in order to break through to the next level. What kind of person was this? For a moment, no one could think of a word to describe him. However, just as they were in a daze, a loud noise suddenly came from the side, pulling them back from their thoughts. Turning their heads, they saw Leng Shiqi's body surrounded by demonic energy, and 18 demonic runes climbed onto his Qinglin sword. Bing Shang forced out 3 drops of blood essence from his fingers, and condensed them into a blood line, which condensed and attached itself to his forehead. Then, dozens of crimson icicles suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend Arts Carnage Blood Slaughter. Leng Shiqi and Bing Shang burst out with all their strength, and the two of them directly shattered a sharp pillar. The story told by the resentful spirit was indeed shocking and exciting, but what did it have to do with them? Moreover, the resentful spirit suddenly stopped and began to tell a story to you? It was obviously stalling for time. However, the others were indeed stunned by the resentful spirit's story and didn't react for a moment. Leng Shiqi wasn't from this world and had no idea what happened tens of thousands of years ago, so he just listened to it as a story. However, he didn't expect that Bing Shang would also attack with him and use a secret technique like blood carnage. The two of them directly woke everyone up. Among them, Hebo, Bai Yi, Huaxiao, and the others immediately reacted, and at the same time, they couldn't help but feel a little scared. They almost fell for the resentful spirit's stalling trick. The resentful spirit roared in anger, and he glared at Leng Shiqi, emitting a dense killing intent. It's you again. You've ruined my plans time and time again, die. The resentful spirit raised a monstrous amount of death qi, and the entire stone platform surged with death qi, directly sweeping towards Leng Shiqi. Hebo, on the other hand, sent out a few palm strikes. With the support of the array, every palm strike was like a surging wave, setting off waves after waves. After destroying the sharp pillar, the resentful spirit's aura was indeed much weaker, but at this moment, the two resentful spirits had already merged into one. Now that they attacked in anger, their aura shook the heavens. Under the boundless death qi, everything was destroyed, and in a few breaths of time, Hebo's palm power was eliminated. Fortunately, he had the support of the array, and only suffered light injuries. Leng Shiqi's position was originally towards the back, and if the resentful spirit wanted to come over, he would have to pass through most of the spirit cultivators. Those spirit cultivators also subconsciously blocked the death qi, and the resentful spirit's target wasn't them, but Leng Shiqi. Facing the boundless death qi, Leng Shiqi suddenly felt that death was so close to him. At this moment he no longer dared to hide anything. Immediately, a purple spirit cultivator qi emerged from between his eyebrows, and his aura grew at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the late stage of the spirit pulse realm. Then he stretched out a finger and continuously forced out 10 drops of essence blood from between his fingers. The 10 drops of essence blood instantly condensed into a sparkling blood line. At the same time, the 18 demonic patterns on Leng Shiqi's blade began to flow, and the demonic patterns intertwined with the bloodline. The demonic patterns merged with the bloodline, and the bloodline merged with the demonic patterns. In 2 breaths of time, the bloodline and demonic patterns no longer existed, and only 3 bloodlines remained. These 3 bloodlines rotated together, forming the shape of 3 tomo, and finally imprinted on Leng Shiqi's forehead. This was Leng Shiqi's Netherfiend blood tattoo that was formed by the fusion of carnage blood and demonic patterns. This Netherfiend blood tattoo increased Leng Shiqi's strength and mental strength by several times, and his aura was comparable to the spirit aperture realm. Chapter 263. Leng Shiqi used a part of the power that Nine Leaf lent him, adding on the demonic beast blood-marked armor and the demonic fiend blood mark. His cultivation directly rose to the spirit aperture realm. However, he only had spirit energy comparable to the spirit aperture realm. Even so, it was shocking enough. The series of changes in his body naturally attracted everyone's attention. Everyone who saw him revealed a surprised expression. Everyone was unfamiliar with the identity of Old Man Liu. They had never seen this person before, but he was able to release such a powerful aura. They couldn't help but have some doubts in their hearts while being surprised. Leng Shiqi's body surged with demonic qi, yao qi, blood qi, and holy light. These heterogeneous and even conflicting powers could perfectly coexist in his hands. Just this move alone made by Yi, Bingshang, and the others, who were praised as geniuses, feel ashamed. As for the black-veiled woman, she wasn't shocked, but scared. She had actually used Leng Shiqi to practice before, and afterwards, she hated him in her heart. Now that she thought about it, how laughable was she? If he really wanted to kill her, she would have died already. However, Leng Shiqi only had eyes for the vengeful spirit. The vengeful spirit rushed over with a monstrous aura of death. The thick aura of death made him smell a trace of death. At this moment, Leng Shiqi didn't open his Byakugan, but closed his eyes. He felt the majestic power in his body and sheathed the azure rain sword. He held the scabbard in one hand, and the hilt in the other. He slowly gathered all of his power. All of it condensed on the azure rain sword. From the vengeful spirit's point of view, Leng Shiqi seemed to have given up resisting. He laughed even more ferociously. "Die, become my blood qi." The vengeful spirit raised the aura of death, and turned it into a terrifying giant mouth to swallow Leng Shiqi. However, at this moment, a clear saber light flashed and disappeared. That sword light didn't have a berserk sword qi, nor did it have a terrifying aura, but it faintly had the will to split open the heavens. Under this sword nothing could not be cut. It was as if only this blade of light could exist in this world. The deathly aura that filled the sky dispersed like the clouds parting, and the moon shining brightly. The vengeful spirit was still in a pouncing posture, but at this moment, it was strangely frozen in midair. Even the others were stunned. It was as if time had stopped. The vengeful spirit in the air suddenly shrank by a large circle, and its figure became blurry. He muttered, "Impossible, impossible." This was not just the thought of the vengeful spirit, but also the thought of everyone present. At first, Leng Shiqi was only at the first level of the spirit pulse realm, but he had used some kind of secret technique to make his cultivation comparable to the spirit aperture realm. Although everyone was shocked, it was still within an acceptable range. For example, Hibo had relied on the formation to temporarily reach the spirit aperture realm, but Leng Shiqi's blade was completely beyond their imagination. At that moment, there was nothing in their eyes. It was as if there was only this saber in the world. It was hard for them to imagine that a spirit pulse realm cultivator could actually wield such a terrifying and stunning blade. Not to mention a spirit pulse realm cultivator, even a spirit aperture realm cultivator might not be able to do it. Hibo experienced it the most clearly. He knew that with his current state, he could not reach the destructive power of that blade. Pooh! The only sound in the field was Leng Shiqi spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Immediately after, the spirit demon qi on his body disappeared. The spirit demon beast blood rune armor, the beast origin battle rune, and the spirit demon blood rune all disappeared. His spirit demon qi was rapidly weakening. Leng Shiqi half knelt on the ground, and used the azure rain saber to support his body. That blade just now, he had finally integrated the sword drawing technique into the full moon swift slash. That blade gathered all the spirit qi, spirit demon qi in his body, and even his spiritual will. However, he did not explode this power. Instead, he did the opposite and compressed it to the extreme. Only at the moment of the sword drawing technique would it all explode. However, no matter what state he was in, this attack would instantly drain him of all his strength. Therefore, he could only use it once in a battle. He called this blade the Night Blooming Epiphyllum. The sound of Leng Shiqi spitting out blood instantly pulled everyone's attention back. They all knew that this was the best opportunity to heavily injure, or even destroy the vengeful spirit. They did not have time to be shocked. They all attacked the nearest pillar. Bingshang stood beside Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi looked at Bingshang gratefully, and swallowed a pill to recover his spirit qi. Then, he took out a pale gold card from the system space. He did not hide it, and activated the card with his spirit qi. Immediately, the card shattered. Rays of green light appeared and surrounded Leng Shiqi's body. Streams of energy flowed into his body, rapidly repairing his broken meridians, making his whole body feel warm. This was the prize that he had drawn before, the healing touch card. On the other side, when the vengeful spirit saw that everyone was destroying the pillars again, he did not have time to talk to himself. He was about to stop them when his figure suddenly stopped, because he saw that the barrier around Meng Tianzong's skeleton had disappeared. It was Leng Shiqi's night-blooming epiphyllum that helped him destroy the barrier. Ha 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 ha. The vengeful spirit suddenly laughed. I have to thank you for helping me. When I take Meng Tianzong's body, I will make you wish you were dead. What? Everyone, including Leng Shiqi, was shocked. It turned out that the vengeful spirit's goal had always been to take Meng Tianzong's body. Leng Shiqi also remembered that when the vengeful spirit was split into two not long ago, the long-bearded old man had been attacking Meng Tianzong's skeleton. At first, he thought that the vengeful spirit was too resentful of Meng Tianzong and wanted to turn him into ashes. But now, it seemed that everyone was fooled by the vengeful spirit. He actually wanted to get Meng Tianzong's skeleton. Leng Shiqi also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The night-blooming epiphyllum that he comprehended severely injured the vengeful spirit, but unexpectedly, it also shattered the invisible barrier around Meng Tianzong's skeleton. That barrier had already been mostly destroyed by the vengeful spirit, and Leng Shiqi had added a stab to it. The vengeful spirit laughed, and in the blink of an eye, he got into Meng Tianzong's colorful skeleton. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. They didn't know what would happen next, but it definitely wouldn't be good. Crack. Then the skeleton suddenly made a slight sound. Just this sound alone caused many people to tremble. Then, the seven-colored skeleton's hollow eyes suddenly lit up. But the color in the eyes was different. The right eye was full of death chi, while the left eye was full of seven-colored light. Strangely, the seven-colored light swallowed the death chi in an instant, and the skeleton's eyes turned into seven-colored light. Everyone only heard the vengeful spirit let out an extremely frightened scream before he died. You didn't die? No. Chapter 264. The vengeful spirit had disappeared. It had disappeared very suddenly. But what did it mean before it disappeared? You didn't die? Who didn't die? Everyone looked at the seven-colored eyes of the skeleton, and an unbelievable possibility appeared in their minds. Meng Tianzong didn't die. This expert from 10,000 years ago, the madman who had sacrificed tens of thousands of disciples, didn't die. Leng Shiqi couldn't help but feel his heart beat faster. If this was true, then would they still have a chance to live? Then Meng Tianzong didn't do anything, but there seemed to be an invisible ripple surging over, and the world suddenly turned white. Endless white. The extreme white covered the entire space, and the tens of thousands of corpses and ghosts under the giant stone platform instantly turned into nothingness. At this moment, everyone's vision turned black, and they lost consciousness, including Leng Shiqi. However, no one noticed that there was an almost imperceptible seven-colored light that entered Leng Shiqi's body. Following this, several soft sounds came from his body. Counting carefully, there were 9 sounds. But at this time, Leng Shiqi had already lost consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, Leng Shiqi slowly woke up. He felt a splitting headache and nausea, but he endured the pain and got up. He turned around and saw 70 to 80 people lying on the ground. He looked carefully and saw that these were the last people to survive. And he was actually in front of the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. How did we get here? I remember. Leng Shiqi began to think about what happened before, but he felt like countless needles had pierced his mind, causing him to cry out in pain. He clearly remembered that he had entered the Divine Dream Illusory Palace's space, but he couldn't remember what happened inside at all. Whenever he thought about what happened before, his head would ache. Only fragments of images would appear in his mind, but he clearly remembered what happened before he entered the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. What the hell is going on? Leng Shiqi was a little shaken. He calmed his breathing and sank his consciousness into the spiritual fantasy world. What shocked him was that his spiritual illusory world was in a complete mess at this moment. Terrifying cracks could be seen at the edges of the space. The entire space was shaking uneasily. Fortunately, the Heaven Fei Soul Crystal was constantly releasing green light to repair the illusion world. Lung Shiqi said in shock. The spiritual illusion realm is on the verge of collapse. If not for the Heaven Fei Soul Crystal, this place would probably have collapsed. What happened after I entered that space? At this time, Lung Shiqi sensed movement around him and hurriedly exited the illusion world. He turned his head and saw that the surviving spirit cultivators had all stood up. It was just that their eyes were empty. Lung Shiqi swept his gaze around. Whether it was He Bo, Lin Hui, or Bai Yi Bingshang, or Spirit Cultivator, they were all lifeless like zombies. He couldn't help but frown. He realized that he was the only one who still had his own consciousness. After a short while, everyone regained their consciousness. Lung Shiqi walked over to Bingshang. Just as he was about to ask, the conversation of the others made him stop in his tracks. I didn't expect there to be so many illusory beasts in the Divine Dream Palace. Fortunately, we escaped. Sigh, it's a pity that my senior and junior brothers died in the mouths of the illusory beasts. I don't know how to explain it to the sect when I return. Lung Shiqi was slightly startled when he heard this. He thought to himself, illusory beast? Why don't I remember there being an illusory beast inside? He also heard He Bo's words. That rank 5 illusory beast was too powerful. It was much stronger than ordinary rank 5 demonic beasts. Bai Yi said, it's all thanks to senior brother. He fighting the rank 5 illusory beast without caring about the backlash of the 10,000 streams to the sea formation. Otherwise, it's hard to say if we would have been able to escape. Lung Shiqi was puzzled when he suddenly felt a malicious gaze. He turned his head to meet that gaze. This gaze actually came from the black-veiled woman. Lung Shiqi didn't really care about her malice, but what puzzled him was that he actually sensed the aura of the centipede curse in the black-veiled woman's body. At first, he thought that he had sensed wrongly, but after confirming it repeatedly, he was finally convinced that the centipede curse did exist in the black-veiled woman's body. This meant that he had once used the centipede curse on the black-veiled woman, but he had no impression of it at all. Lung Shiqi began to feel a headache again. He wiped his face to wake himself up, but when his hands touched the beard on his face, he was immediately stunned again. He carefully touched the facial features and skin on his face. Then, he was surprised to find that his current face wasn't Zhuoqiu's. It was the old man surnamed Lu. When did I change my identity? Then Lung Shiqi quickly checked the items in the system space and found that a few pills were missing. Furthermore, he was missing a trump card, the Healing Touch. He quickly looked inside himself and immediately found that more than half of his blood essence was missing. Not only that, even the power that 9 Leave lent him was gone. Lung Shiqi's thoughts raced as he connected the series of changes together. Judging from the situation of my body, I have used the demonic power left behind by Carnage and 9 Leave. I also used the Healing Touch to heal my injuries. That means that I have risked my life. However, he couldn't remember who he had risked his life with. Is it the phantom beast that they mentioned? No, I vaguely remember that it was something even more terrifying than a phantom beast. Just as Lung Shiqi was thinking, the black-veiled woman walked to his side and whispered, Zhuoqiu, right? Let's settle the matter of you injuring me last time. After saying that, she left. Lung Shiqi's eyes widened slightly. The black-veiled woman actually called him Zhuoqiu? However, his current disguise was clearly the old man surnamed Lu. Seeing the incredible changes in the others, he suddenly thought of a possibility. In order to confirm his thoughts, he deliberately walked past Huoxiao of the Golden Saber Hall, but Huoxiao remained indifferent. Lung Shiqi clearly remembered what happened before he entered the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. Huoxiao knew that he had obtained the cultivation method inheritance as Zhuoqiu. However, when he walked past Huoxiao, Huoxiao didn't react at all. This meant that Huoxiao didn't recognize the current him. This scene completely confirmed Lung Shiqi's guess. That was, he had definitely lost part of his memories, and the memories of the others had been altered. Those people's memories of Lung Shiqi stopped at the moment when they first saw him after entering the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. Thinking of this, huge waves surged in his heart. What kind of person could tamper with the memories of hundreds of people? However, he didn't have much time to think because at this moment, the secret realm began to collapse. Chapter 265. Suddenly, the entire illusory spirit secret realm trembled without warning. The 7 colored streams of light in the sky twisted and tore apart, and a sinister hole appeared in the space. Inside was a void. What's going on? Not good. The secret realm seems to be about to collapse. Run, run. Although the crowd did not know the reason for the collapse of the secret realm, they knew that the one thing they had to do now was to escape. Immediately, the dozens of spirit cultivators ran towards the entrance of the secret realm like madmen. At the exit of the illusory spirit secret realm, there were 20 people gathered there. These people were from the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. After Ozu obtained the inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace, the Thousand Illusion Sword sect immediately planned to leave the secret realm. However, they were also worried about one thing. Normally, the illusory spirit secret realm would be open for about 10 days. It was a bit suspicious that they had come out after only 1 or 2 days. Therefore, they simply waited at the exit of the secret realm for a while, planning to leave in a few days. As long as they came out earlier than those who knew that Ozu had obtained the inheritance, they could return to the sect smoothly. Even though they were a top force, this was Donglin County after all. There was nothing wrong with being careful. However, they had only been at the exit for about a day when the secret realm began to collapse. At this moment, the 20 people were both shocked and glad. Without any hesitation, they directly jumped into the exit of the secret realm. Leaving the secret realm was the same as entering the secret realm. They would be teleported to a certain place. The difference was that when they left, they would be near the entrance. Basically, they would be teleported to within a radius of dozens of miles. The disciples of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect all had methods to sense each other, so they could quickly gather together. At the entrance of the secret realm, there were not many people left. 90% of the 100,000 people had already dispersed. Their purpose was to see the glory of the experts from the various sections. The secret realm would be open for about 10 days, so there was no need for them to wait here. At the entrance of the secret realm, there were only people from the various sects and a portion of the spirit cultivators who were selling information. Huang Baixing sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. But all of a sudden, he opened his eyes. He raised his head and saw that the entrance of the secret realm had suddenly begun to shrink violently. Huang Baixing couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. However, the entrance to the secret realm shrunk to a narrow slit in the blink of an eye. Huang Baixing took a step forward and formed a seal with his hands. Behind him, a towering mountain that was hundreds of feet tall rose up and covered the sky. Everything within a radius of 10 miles was pitch black. The heavy mountain pressed down on everyone, causing them to be unable to breathe. Some of the spirit cultivator with lower cultivation immediately spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Everyone was scared out of their wits and ran out with all their might. Even an expert at the unity of heaven and man realm would have no choice but to retreat under such might. Huang Baixing stretched out his arms, and the mountain peak trembled, emitting a dazzling light that illuminated the surroundings. He pulled with both hands, as if trying to open the entrance to the mystic realm, but it was to no avail. After a few breaths, the entrance to the secret realm disappeared without a trace in the air. Huang Baixing's face darkened. The sudden change at the entrance to the illusory spirit secret realm meant that a great change had occurred in the illusory spirit secret realm. One had to know that the Mountain Sea sect had 50 Spirit Pulse Realm elite disciples. There was even Bai Yi, the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation. At first, he thought that the illusory spirit secret realm was just a good place to train, so most of the disciples sent in were disciples with low cultivation but high potential. But now, there was obviously an unpredictable change in the illusory spirit secret realm. If anything happened to these elite disciples, it would be equivalent to burying the Mountain Sea sect for the next few decades. At this moment, a few figures suddenly appeared in the air more than 10 miles away. They fell to the ground in a sorry state. Huang Baixing had only taken a step forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived here. It turned out that these figures were from the Thousand Illusions Sword sect. Huang Baixing stood in the air and looked down at them from above. He asked in a deep voice, "What happened in the illusory spirit secret realm?" One of the more experienced people immediately recognized him and replied, "Pavilion Master Huang, we are not very sure either. We only know that the illusory spirit secret realm has collapsed." Collapsed? Huang Baixing's face became even gloomier. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky and a cold wind blew. A sky origin stage expert, even if it was just an emotional fluctuation, could cause the heavens and earth to change color. Following that, within a radius of tens of miles around the secret realm, people would fall out one after another, but they were all from the Thousand Illusions Sword sect. The moment they came out, they saw the terrifying illusion of the mountain in the air. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, and could only carefully gather with their fellow sect members. Huang Baixing remained silent. Then he flew into the air until he was 300 meters in the air, monitoring the area within a radius of 10 miles. After about half a quarter of an hour, two figures appeared. Huang Baixing's expression changed, and he immediately turned into a yellow ray of light and arrived in a flash. These two people were Bai Yi and He Bo. They had just escaped from the secret realm and didn't know where they were, but Huang Baixing's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. When Huang Baixing saw the two of them, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He directly asked, "What happened in the secret realm?" Bai Yi thought for a moment, then replied, "Reporting to Pavilion Master, everything was normal in the secret realm, but the Divine Dream Illusory Palace suddenly burst out with bursts of light, so we planned to go in and investigate. Unexpectedly, there were countless illusory beasts inside, and most of the spirit cultivators who entered died inside. We also relied on the all flows to the sea formation to escape with more than 20 people. In the end, for some reason, the secret realm began to collapse, so we hurried to the exit." When Huang Baixing heard the first half of the sentence, he was puzzled. The Divine Dream Illusory Palace had long been excavated, so how could there be countless illusory beasts inside? Why hadn't they appeared before? However, when he heard that the Mountain Sea sect had lost more than half of their disciples, his heart sank. In this secret realm, they had almost no gains, but they had lost more than 20 elite disciples of the Spirit Pulse realm for nothing. "First, gather the disciples to follow me back to the sect. This matter needs to be reported to the sect master." Following that, people from the other sects came out one after another, but there were also many sects who waited until the end but didn't see their own people come out. When they learned about the changes in the secret realm, they were all shocked and heartbroken. However, they all knew that after today, Donglin County would not be peaceful. In the distance, there was a plop sound. An old man in a sorry state fell to the ground. He immediately stood up vigilantly and looked around. When he found that there was no one around, he heaved a sigh of relief. This person was Lung Shiqi. He muttered with relief, "I'm finally out." Just as he was about to leave, another 4 people fell down near him. He immediately activated supercilious eyes, and then the corner of his eyebrows raised, revealing a look of surprise. Chapter 266. Lung Shiqi found 4 people through the supercilious eyes, and these 4 people were all related to him. The 4 of them were scattered in 2 directions, with 3 people in 1 direction. They were Su Lu, a devil cultivator, and the black-veiled woman. Seeing that Su Lu was still alive, Lung Shiqi was also very surprised. 2 of the 5 devil cultivators managed to escape from the encirclement of so many spirit cultivators, which was really out of his expectations. However, this also meant that they were difficult to deal with. However, Lung Shiqi could see that the spirit energy in their bodies was very weak, and that many of their meridians were broken. It was obvious that they were seriously injured. Those 2 devil cultivators had always been on Lung Shiqi's blacklist, and now was the best opportunity to get rid of them. In addition, the black-veiled woman had the centipede curse in her body, which might be a breakthrough for him to retrieve his memories. Thus, Lung Shiqi quietly approached her. The black-veiled woman also noticed Su Lu and his companion, and her face immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. She pulled out her dagger and coldly snorted. Humph, I've been tracking you guys for so long, but I didn't expect you to be sent directly to me. The heavens really have eyes. Su Lu and his companion were covered in injuries. After escaping from the encirclement of Wuxia and the others, they had planned to find a place to recuperate. However, the sudden collapse of the secret realm caught them off guard. They had no choice but to forcefully mobilize their spirit energy to escape. However, this caused their injuries to worsen, and even their foundations to be injured. If they did not properly recuperate, it would be very difficult for their cultivation to improve in the future. As the saying goes, fortune does not come in pairs, and misfortune does not come alone. They actually met an enemy again. However, they did not know the identity of this black-veiled woman. Su Lu raised his voice and said, "Who are you? We should not know each other, so where did the enmity come from?" The black-veiled woman played with her dagger and slowly approached. She said hatefully, "You slaughtered hundreds of innocent spirit cultivators in Shangyang City. Your crimes are unforgivable." Su Lu and his companion were both shocked. They had thought that this matter was done secretly enough. It was one thing for the Heavenly Cloud Tower and other forces to know, but this woman actually knew? "Who the hell are you?" "Me. I specialize in eliminating people like you who disturb the order of the Imperial Court," Su Lu said in shock. "You are from the Dark Thunder Guards." The black-veiled woman didn't want to answer. "You have too many questions. Go ask them in hell." The black-veiled woman's dagger flew, drawing a sharp black line towards Su Lu and the other man. However, Su Lu said angrily, "You are also a devil cultivator, yet you speak so righteously and sanctimoniously. What demonic cultivators? Cultivation techniques are just tools for cultivation. You have always been controlled by cultivation techniques. You have long lost your humanity." The woman in black shook her head. Black lines appeared on their bodies. Su Lu and the other man were already heavily injured, but they were not willing to wait for death here. Su Lu's body suddenly surged with layers of blood-red light, and his aura quickly recovered. Although he had lost his spiritual energy, he still had his qi and blood. At this moment, he had no choice but to burn his own qi and blood in order to survive. He waved his hand, and the devil's head appeared again. It opened its mouth and swallowed the black thread of the woman in black, but the devil's head let out a silent roar of pain. Then, it turned into a pool of black blood. Su Lu was shocked and angry. This devil's head was a devil he had cultivated for many years, but it was destroyed in the hands of the black-veiled woman. However, he was not stupid. As soon as the devil's head swallowed the black thread, he turned and ran. Junior brother Gong Chun ran separately. The other devil cultivator, Gong Chun, also burned his blood essence and ran in the opposite direction. The black-veiled woman frowned slightly. The speed of the two burning their blood essence was not slow. She couldn't chase them both at the same time. She hesitated for a moment, but finally chased after Su Lu. When the three of them left, a figure emerged from the ground. Lung Shiqi's eyes flashed, and he murmured, "I didn't expect that the black-veiled woman was actually a member of the Dark Thunder Guard." It turns out that her purpose of entering the secret land was to hunt down devil cultivators. It seems that the follow-up to Boiwanhu's tomb is definitely not as simple as I thought. Also, Chu Xinran is also a Dark Thunder Guard. Does he have anything to do with the black-veiled woman? Lung Shiqi remembered that he was recognized by Tang Yuan when he used the raw jade sword. There must be something behind it that he didn't know about. He secretly made up his mind that when he returned to the pavilion, he must inquire about himself carefully. Then he looked in the direction that the other devil cultivator, Gong Chun, had fled. With a move of his feet, he immediately ran several feet away and chased after him. Gong Chun burned his blood essence and desperately ran forward. The fact that the black-veiled woman did not chase after him made him feel relieved. But all of a sudden, he sensed something and turned his head, only to see an old man chasing after him. And the distance between them was rapidly shrinking. He was horrified. Where did this old man come from? However, a thick and heavy earth wall suddenly rose up in front of him. With a bang, Gong Chun crashed into the wall, but his speed was greatly reduced as a result. Immediately after, he was greeted by dozens of cold sword qi. Under the frosty sword qi, Gong Chun, who was already an arrow at the end of its flight, died tragically. Leng Shiqi walked to Gong Chen's body and picked up the mustard seed bag on his body. Then, with a wave of his hand, flames appeared and burned Gong Chen on the spot. In the end, he was still a little worried, so he sunk the remaining body deep into the ground. Then, he turned around and rushed in the direction of the black-veiled woman. On the other side, although the black-veiled woman's speed was almost the same as Su Lu's, Su Lu was burning his blood essence. He was originally seriously injured, so how could he have so much blood essence to burn? So, as long as he ran out of blood essence, he would not be far from death. Su Lu felt that the blood essence in his body was almost burned out. His face was as pale as a ghost, and his whole body was a little shriveled. But the black-veiled woman was still following behind him like a shadow. "Don't kill me, don't kill me." Su Lu finally couldn't hold on any longer. He took the initiative to stop and wailed. "I have a secret, a huge secret, a secret that concerns countless living beings." The black-veiled woman snorted and pointed out a finger. 2 streams of pure devil chi pierced through Su Lu's legs, completely cutting off any possibility of him escaping. Only then did she ask, "Tell me about it. Since you know that we killed the spirit cultivator of Shangyang City, you should know why we did it. Isn't it for that black fiend demon corpse?" "That's right. Then do you know that although the black fiend demon corpse was killed by Bo Yuanho's corpse, its demon spirit escaped? If the demon spirit is allowed to recuperate and recover its cultivation, sooner or later, the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. It will only bring an even greater disaster to the Thunder Flame dynasty. Don't kill me, I can help you find it." When the black-veiled woman heard this news, she also hesitated. According to the information she received, there was indeed a demon spirit that escaped, but that demon spirit could possess a person's body, so there was no way to investigate. If Su Lu could really find the demon spirit and get rid of it, it would be a huge contribution. Seeing that the black-veiled woman was hesitating, Su Lu's eyes revealed a hint of joy. But right at this moment, a powerful aura filled with demonic nature suddenly appeared. Su Lu and the black-veiled woman looked over at the same time, only to see a figure wearing a sinister devil armor slowly walking over. On the devil armor, there were even streaks of blood light flashing, looking like an evil spirit. This person extended his right arm, and there were 18 demonic patterns flowing on it. He said coldly, "Are you talking about me?" Chapter 267. Leng Shiqi was wearing a demonic beast blood rune armor. Demonic chi surrounded his body as he approached step by step. The black-veiled woman's expression froze. Leng Shiqi's appearance was beyond her expectations. And from what he said, he seemed to be the demonic spirit. She couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Su Lu's eyes were about to pop out. He had never seen Leng Shiqi's demonic beast blood rune armor, but he was very familiar with the demonic beast blood rune armor. He recognized the demonic spirit at a glance. But he just said it casually to fight for a chance to live. How did it really attract the demonic spirit? Leng Shiqi reached out and grabbed the air. A demonic chi spear condensed in his hand. He shouted coldly, "You destroyed my body." Then Leng Shiqi's body shot out like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the spear pierced through Su Lu's heart. He had no power to resist. It was already good enough that he could speak normally. At this moment, he could only stare and lose his life. When Leng Shiqi killed Su Lu, the black-veiled woman had already escaped on a black stream of light. The moment Leng Shiqi attacked, she knew that in her current state, she was no match for Leng Shiqi. Whether he was the demonic spirit that Su Lu spoke of or not, she only had one thought, and that was to escape. Leng Shiqi killed 2 demonic cultivators in a row, and was very happy. He pulled off Su Lu's mustard seed bag and looked at the black-veiled woman's back. He didn't chase after her, but formed a spirit seal with his hand. Then the black-veiled woman suddenly screamed and her body stopped. Leng Shiqi had activated the centipede curse in her body. The bloody centipede was biting her flesh. However, the black-veiled woman was at the spiritual pulse realm. She immediately mobilized her spirit power to suppress the centipede curse. At this time, Leng Shiqi had already arrived beside her. The black-veiled woman's eyes were full of shock. She shouted, When did you do this to me? She really doesn't know? Leng Shiqi thought to himself. The woman clearly had the centipede curse in her body, but neither of them could remember when it had happened. Leng Shiqi speculated based on his own behavior. He would only use the centipede curse to control her when she had no room to resist, and he would not kill her. This meant that something must have happened between him and the black-veiled woman. Seeing that Leng Shiqi did not speak, the black-veiled woman continued. No matter who you are, I am not interested. You are stronger than me, but if you want to kill me, it is wishful thinking. Really? Leng Shiqi's hands turned into ghost claws. Demonic chi surged around him, mixed with a bit of baleful aura. A huge phantom of a ghost claw suddenly appeared, and its aura alone made the woman's face turn pale. Earth Fiend Phantom Claw. When the black-veiled woman saw this, she knew that she couldn't be kind. She also made up her mind and said, You forced me. Ah. Suddenly, the black-veiled woman clenched the dagger tightly and stabbed it deep into her heart. However, the strange thing was that she did not bleed at all. Instead, pure demonic chi surged out crazily. A small flower of darkness appeared between the black-veiled woman's eyebrows. With this small flower as the starting point, a faint layer of demonic flames ignited. The devil flame didn't look very powerful, but in an instant, it burned her entire body. The black-veiled woman screamed miserably, but her aura increased again and again. In the blink of an eye, she reached the mid-stage of the spirit pulse realm. The black-veiled woman moved, and the demonic flames around her body condensed into a demonic flame flower half the height of a person. It met Leng Shiqi's Earth Fiend Phantom Claw. Bang! The huge ghost claw and the demonic flame flower collided, causing demonic chi to fill the sky. The power of the demonic flame flower was terrifying. It was unknown what kind of flame the demonic flame was, but it kept burning the huge ghost claw. In a few breaths, Leng Shiqi's ghost claw was completely devoured. So strong. Leng Shiqi knew that it was not good and retreated. At the same time, he condensed several demonic shields in front of him to block the remaining power of the demonic flame flower. At this time, the black-veiled woman had already turned into a phantom and quickly fled. In the blink of an eye, only a small black dot was left. Leng Shiqi was slightly surprised. The black-veiled woman's speed was actually twice as fast as his. He knew that he could not catch up. This woman's secret technique is much more brilliant than Sulu's burning of chi and blood. Even in the Dark Thunder Guards, she probably has an extraordinary status. At first, Leng Shiqi was a little worried about letting the tiger return to the mountain, but after thinking about it, it did not seem to be that bad. After all, he was now appearing as the devil spirit, so the black-veiled woman would only report the matter of the devil spirit when she returned to the Dark Thunder Guards. This way, all the spearheads would be pointed at the devil spirit. There were many people in Boiwanhe's tomb who knew about the devil spirit, but whether it was the spirit cultivator sects or rogue cultivators, even Sulu and the other 5 demonic cultivators were all dead. In this world, the only person left who had seen the devil spirit was Leng Shiqi himself. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi no longer cared about the black-veiled woman. He cleaned up Sulu's body and absorbed his remnant soul. The strength of his body had broken through again. It was already comparable to the strength of someone who had just entered the spirit transformation realm. It could be considered a small surprise. Then he rushed in another direction. At first, 4 people appeared around him, but the last person was still standing in place. It was not that he did not want to move, but that he could not. This person was Lin Hui. At this time, Lin Hui's entire right shoulder, including his right arm, had disappeared. His wound was abnormally smooth, as if it had been cut by an extremely sharp weapon. A large pool of blood flowed under Lin Hui's body. His aura was also very weak. It was obvious that he did not have much time left. However, his eyes flickered with an intense light. It was not the desire to live, but the desire for revenge. He had not taken his revenge, so he could not die yet. At this time, the sound of footsteps was heard. Lin Hui saw an old man walking over. However, Lin Hui did not ask for help. Instead, he said, "Yours what cheer you?" Leng Shiqi's footsteps paused slightly. His current appearance was that of the old man with the surname Lu. He could not help but feel a little surprised when Lin Hui said Zhuoqiuyu's name. What surprised him even more was Lin Hui's second sentence. You're not Zhuoqiuyu. Leng Shiqi stood in front of Lin Hui. He narrowed his eyes and re-examined Lin Hui. Lin Hui seemed to be much more shrewd than he had imagined. You're very strange, aren't you? That's because I know Zhuoqiuyu, Lin Hui said softly. Leng Shiqi was puzzled. In the information that Feng Shamo had given him, there was no mention of Zhuoqiuyu and Lin Hui knowing each other. Back then, I wasn't called Lin Hui. Zhuoqiuyu and I were both abandoned disciples of the sect. I knew him very well. That was why I knew your identity was fake when I first saw you. Then why are you helping me? Leng Shiqi asked. To be able to make such a perfect disguise and obtain the illusory palace token to enter the illusory spirit secret realm. Your true identity is definitely not simple. I see. Leng Shiqi nodded slightly and said, You don't have much time left. Why are you telling me this? Lin Hui closed his eyes and exhaled. I know I don't have much time left. I hate that I couldn't kill that bastard Li Wan to avenge my son. I'm too ashamed to face him. I have some cultivation resources on me. I wonder if it's enough to ask you to kill Li Wan of the Li Dojo. Leng Shiqi pondered for a moment and said, Sure. Upon hearing this answer, Lin Hui's eyes suddenly lit up. I thought you wouldn't agree, Leng Shiqi said. But not now. We'll talk about it in the future. Thank you. Chapter 268. A day later, the news of the collapse of the illusory spirit secret realm had spread throughout the entire Donglin County and to the surrounding counties at an extremely fast speed. Everyone who heard the news was greatly shocked. A mystic realm collapsed just like that? This collapse was not a big deal, but it had directly buried hundreds of spirit vein realm cultivators. Moreover, 99% of these people were from various spirit cultivation sects. Whether it was a top force like the Mountain Sea sect or a third-rate force like the Heavenly Cloud Building, every spirit pulse realm cultivator had spent a lot of resources to cultivate. The difference was that the top forces and first-rate forces could afford to lose them, but the second-rate and third-rate forces could not afford to lose them. This time, the change in the illusory spirit secret realm had caused the annihilation of more than a dozen third-rate forces. For them, this was a serious blow to their bones. Behind this matter, undercurrents began to surge. The division of forces in Donglin County was going to change a lot. The entire Donglin County was suddenly covered in a tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that in the near future, Donglin County would probably not be so peaceful anymore. In addition, in the secret realm, Oziyu and Zhuoqiuyu had both obtained the cultivation method inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace. This matter was also talked about enthusiastically. Basically, everyone was envious of Oziyu. After all, he was the pride of the top force, the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. Everyone could only be envious. However, some people had other thoughts about Zhuoqiuyu, a rogue cultivator. Therefore, many people were also inquiring about Zhuoqiuyu's whereabouts. Zhuoqiuyu's original body, Leng Shiqi, was already in a small town. Even here, he could hear the streets full of discussions about the illusory spirit secret realm. This matter had become the matter of the most concern to everyone in Donglin County. However, the more the rumors about what happened in the secret realm spread, the more outrageous it became. There were dozens of different versions flying all over the sky. Leng Shiqi did not care about this. He directly locked himself in the room of the inn. The most important thing for him now was to recuperate and find a way to recover the lost memories. Although the day was short, because he had the Heaven Fei Soul Crystal to constantly repair the spiritual illusion world, he could already recall a few scattered scenes. It was a pity that those scenes couldn't be connected at all. It didn't match up at all. However, this was at least a good sign. This meant that as long as he could repair the illusion world, his memories would more or less recover. Of course, this matter could not be rushed. It could only be slowly nurtured. Therefore, his top priority right now was to heal the remaining injuries on his body, and then rush back to the branch pavilion to resolve some of his doubts. But before that, he took out 3 mustard seed bags from his bosom. These 3 bags were Su Lu, Gongchen, and Lin Hui's mustard seed bags. Ever since he came out of the secret realm and solved the problem, he had left without stopping, afraid that he would be captured and interrogated by the people of the spirit cultivator sect. His identity couldn't withstand a detailed investigation, and would be exposed if he wasn't careful. Therefore, it was only now that he could calmly check the items in the mustard seed bag. First, he picked up Su Lu's mustard seed bag. With a glance, he saw a large amount of materials inside. They were basically things used to cultivate devil arts, but he couldn't find the corresponding cultivation method. Therefore, these materials were useless and could only be sold to the system. Other than the pills commonly used by Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators, there were a few thin and long golden needles worth mentioning. These golden needles were the ones that Su Lu and the others used to seal the Black Fiend demon corpse in Boiwanha's tomb. Leng Shiqi carefully examined them, and found that these golden needles were actually level 4 spirit tools. Although it didn't have any particularly strong attack power, it had a great restraining effect on evil fiends. Then he opened Gong Chen's mustard seed bag. The items here were similar to Su Lu's, but there were fewer. Leng Shiqi was a little surprised to find a thick arm. That was the right arm of the 5-ghost demon corpse. Leng Shiqi took out the arm and immediately felt a dense devil chi rush towards him. He immediately exclaimed, "Good stuff. I just don't know how to use it. When we return to the pavilion, I'll find a related cultivation method and try it out." Finally, he picked up Lin Hui's mustard seed bag. Although Lin Hui was the head of a dojo, he was still a rogue cultivator. Therefore, even though he was in the late stage of Spirit Pulse Realm, he had the same amount of resources as Su Lu. Most of the items inside were very common cultivation resources. There was nothing special about them. There were only a few level 2 fist techniques, which could be considered as a part of the expansion of his spiritual skills. The total number of spirit stones from these 3 people was close to 2,000. Adding in the spirit stones he obtained in the secret realm, Leng Shiqi now had more than 5,000 spirit stones. For a spirit pulse stage cultivator, this was a huge sum of money. Not to mention early-stage Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators. Even a sect elder like Wuxia might not have such wealth. Spirit stones represented resources. Therefore, Leng Shiqi made up his mind to find a time to turn these spirit stones into useful resources. Other than these, what surprised Leng Shiqi the most was the God Illusion Spirit Stone. These 3 people had a total of 8 God Illusion Spirit Stones. Adding on the one he had, it was enough to exchange for 900 drops of blood from Feng Shiamo. Leng Shiqi did not plan to hide it, because he had already cultivated the 5 God Flowing Light technique. Even with the God Illusion Spirit Stone, he would be able to condense a mystical spirit highland in the future. Speaking of the 5 God Flowing Light technique, Leng Shiqi had only unsealed the first layer, and was already comparable to a level 5 cultivation method. He did not dare to imagine what the complete 5 God Flowing Light technique would be. In the end, Leng Shiqi sold all the useless things that he had sorted out to the system. His system coins had already reached more than 1,700 points. With so many system coins, Leng Shiqi had 3 choices. 1 was to do 17 intermediate lottery draws. 2 was to do 1 unlimited lottery draw and 7 intermediate lottery draws. 3 was to continue observing the system store and wait for the items he needed to appear. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi suddenly remembered that he had not gone to the system store to look at the items. He immediately opened the system store and fixed his gaze on one item, the Reforge card. Reforge card, Reforge spiritual weapon. Can add a secondary Reforge item and 3 types of Reforge materials. Price, 800 system coins. 800 system coins? Leng Shiqi was surprised. This was the first time he had seen something worth 800 system coins. This Reforge card was worth 800 system coins? However, after seeing the description of the Reforge card, he suddenly had an idea and decided to buy it. After clicking on the purchase button, Leng Shiqi's system coins were instantly left with only 900. However, he did not feel the pinch because this Reforge card could solve a huge problem for him. It could also improve his strength. Then, a strange card appeared in Leng Shiqi's hand. He moved it gently and the card disappeared. Instead, a translucent interface appeared in front of him. There was a square in the center of the interface with the words, Primary Reforge, written below it. Next to it was another square with the words Secondary Reforge written on it. Below the two squares, there were three smaller squares with the words Recasting Materials written on them. Lung Shiqi thoughtfully took out two swords. One was a dark green broken sword, and the other was a raw jade sword. He was quite comfortable with the raw jade sword. It was also a 4th grade upper grade sword. However, this sword was too eye-catching. Even Tang Yuan, who was from a third-rate sect, could recognize that he was Lung Shiqi just by looking at the raw jade sword. The Tang family would definitely know as well. Therefore, he could not use this sword anymore. The reason why he spent so much system coins was to use the Reforge card to change the appearance of the raw jade sword. Lung Shiqi picked up the two swords and hesitated. He was hesitating whether to use the dark green broken sword as the primary Reforge item, or the raw jade sword as the primary Reforge item. Chapter 269. Lung Shiqi hesitated for a moment, then decided to use the dark green broken sword as the main recast item. First of all, this broken sword was originally a level 5 spiritual artifact, and its material was better than the raw jade sword. Moreover, the main reason why Lung Shiqi chose the recast card was to hide the raw jade sword, so it was best to use the dark green broken sword as the main recast item. Then he placed the two swords into the two squares on top of the table. When his gaze fell on the recast materials below, he opened his mustard seed bag and poured out a small pile of materials. These were all materials for refining artifacts. Some of them were accumulated from the previous lottery draws, and some were obtained from looting other people's mustard seed bags. Originally, he planned to sell these materials in exchange for spiritual stones, but now it had come in handy. Soon, Lung Shiqi found two precious level 4 materials to use as recast materials. These two materials could increase the sharpness of a spiritual artifact. When he was looking for the last material, he saw a black iron block in the pile of materials. This was an item that he had picked up in the demon suppressing town, and it was worth more than 200 system coins. Lung Shiqi picked up the black iron block and tried to put it in the recast materials grid, and it actually worked. Anyway, I don't have time to study this thing. Since it can be used as a recast material, I'll use it. Then he clicked on a button at the bottom of the interface, Begin Recast. Immediately, the 5 grids on the interface began to spin rapidly, and layers of brilliant light scattered in all directions. The items in the 5 grids began to merge together. After about half an hour, there was a ding sound, and there was only one grid left on the interface, and there was a long sword in it. The sword was mainly black, and the blade and hilt were integrated into one. At the end of the hilt and both sides of the blade, there were spots of green light, like emeralds. It did not look like a raw jade sword at all. It's done. Lung Shiqi took out the sword with joy, but the first thing he felt when the sword fell into his hand was that it was heavy. He immediately raised his eyebrows. One had to know that his physical strength was not weak, but holding this sword actually felt a bit of pressure. One could only imagine how heavy this sword was. Most likely, even a spirit cultivator who had just entered the spirit pulse realm would not be able to use this sword smoothly. This sword was very heavy, but when he held it in his hand, he could faintly feel the sharpness of the sword. This was a sword that perfectly combined weight and sharpness. Moreover, the sword also contained a pure demonic aura. Shockingly, it was a 5th grade spirit artifact. At this moment, a notification appeared in front of Lung Shiqi. Recasting successful. Please name the spiritual artifact. He looked at the sword and said casually, Inky Jade Sword. After naming it, the words Black Jade Sword appeared at the end of the sword. Then the reforged interface disappeared. Lung Shiqi held the Black Jade Sword and played with it for a while. He gradually got used to the weight of the sword and was delighted. Not only did the Black Jade Sword directly increase his battle strength, it also solved a hidden danger for him. It could be said that it was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Putting away the Black Jade Sword, Lung Shiqi saw that he still had more than 900 system coins. His mind moved and he wondered if he should try the infinite lottery. As soon as this idea appeared, it was as if there was a magic spell that attracted Lung Shiqi. Previously, The infinite lottery had been given to him after the system was activated, and the system was upgraded. Moreover, he had drawn very good things. This proved that his luck in the infinite lottery was still very good. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi sold a few ordinary refining materials to the system and collected 1,000 system coins. Then he opened the infinite lottery with anticipation. After a few breaths, Leng Shiqi's hand had an extra test tube. There was some blood-red liquid inside. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate prize, Ancestral Medicine. I only got an intermediate prize? Leng Shiqi's face darkened. The intermediate lottery only costs 100 system coins. This time he had lost 900 system coins. His heart was bleeding. Leng Shiqi gently shook the ancestral medicine in his hand. This thing had a certain probability of awakening the ancient bloodline in his body. He knew that there was a bloodline in his body. The system's information and 9 leave had both proved it. This thing might be able to awaken my bloodline. Thus Leng Shiqi raised his head and drank the ancestral medicine. Immediately he felt a warm current flow through his body. Then there was no then. The warm current appeared suddenly and disappeared even more suddenly. Leng Shiqi's face stiffened. Did I fail? The ancestral medicine did not awaken his bloodline, which meant that it had failed. He shook his head. If it failed, then it failed. I didn't count on this bloodline anyway. Then he closed the system. What he did not notice was that after the bloodline information had changed too? Next he collected his thoughts, adjusted his state of mind, and entered a state of cultivation. Bloodlines and the like were too mysterious. His own spiritual power was the most solid. However, not long after, Leng Shiqi opened his eyes with a strange expression. The expression in his eyes was very complicated. It contained shock, suspicion, confusion, and a bit of strangeness. Just now, it was his first serious cultivation after coming out of the illusory spirit secret realm. He quickly discovered something that could be called strange. That was, he had actually unlocked 10 spirit veins in his body. At first, Leng Shiqi thought that he was hallucinating. He confirmed it again and again before he was sure that it was real. However, this completely overturned his understanding. From what he knew, there were only 2 things to do in the spiritual pulse realm. The first was to cultivate spiritual power. The second was to accumulate enough spiritual power to unlock the spirit veins and enter the next realm. For example, Leng Shiqi, when he had enough spiritual power and unlocked another spirit vein, he could break through to the second level of the spiritual pulse realm. Every time he unlocked a spirit vein, he could break through a small realm. After unlocking 9 spirit veins, he would be at the 9th level of the spiritual pulse realm. In other words, a spirit cultivator could only unlock 9 spirit veins at most. Although there were a total of 72 spirit veins in a spirit cultivator's body, each person's cultivation method was different and focused on different aspects. For example, those who pursued pure strength could choose to unlock the spirit veins in their arms. For example, the Cool Breeze Valley's cultivation method pursued speed. Most of them unlocked the spirit veins in their legs. In other words, from the spiritual pulse realm onwards, there would be a huge difference between spirit cultivators. However, Leng Shiqi's current cultivation was clearly only at the first level of the spiritual pulse realm, but he had already unlocked 10 spirit veins. Leng Shiqi felt that his worldview had collapsed. Chapter 270. Leng Shiqi carefully examined the 10 open spirit veins in his body. His mind raced as he gradually discovered some clues. Among the 10 spirit veins, one of them was opened when he broke through to the spirit vein realm. It was opened according to the method of the Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend art. It was a spirit vein close to his heart. As for the other 9 spirit veins, they were all opened during the spirit vein realm by the 5 God Flowing Light art. Leng Shiqi was most shocked by 2 things. First, he did not know when he had opened the 9 spirit veins of the 5 God Flowing Light art. He guessed that he had encountered some fortuitous encounter in the Divine Dream Palace, but he could not remember it now. The other thing was that he was able to open 10 spirit veins. This kind of thing had already exceeded everyone's understanding of the spirit vein realm. Leng Shiqi suddenly thought of a possibility. That was a cultivation technique. Ordinary spirit cultivator could only cultivate one type of cultivation technique, but Leng Shiqi now had two types of powerful cultivation techniques. Among them, the Heaven Fiend 9 Hell Demon Beast Roar Blood Record was created by fusing the Demonic Beast Origin Technique, the Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend Art, and the 9 Hell Demon Rune Diagram. Whether it was the Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend Art, or the 9 Hell Demon Rune Diagram, they had to be opened. As for the 5 God Flowing Light Art, it was a cultivation technique that was even more powerful than the Heaven Fiend 9 Hell Demon Beast Roar Blood Record. When Leng Shiqi obtained the inheritance, he more or less understood that in the Divine Dream Palace, spirit cultivators below the 4 realms of Sky Realm could only cultivate the introductory chapter. Only those in the Spirit Vein Realm had the qualifications to cultivate the first level. Moreover, the first level did not have any special characteristics or spiritual techniques. It was still in the foundation stage. The Spirit Vein Realm was still in the foundation stage. From this, one could see how extraordinary this cultivation technique was. With the help of the system, Leng Shiqi could coexist with many cultivation techniques. Therefore, he could break free from the shackles of the Spirit Vein Realm and open more spirit veins. Then Leng Shiqi carefully listed out the spirit veins needed to be opened by the Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend Art, the 9 Hell Demon Rune Diagram, and the 5 God Flowing Light Art. These 3 cultivation methods also had overlapping spirit veins. In total, he could open up 24 spirit veins. This also meant that other spirit vein stage cultivators could only open up 9 spirit veins at most, but he could open up as many as 24. No. As long as he could find the cultivation method to open the other spirit meridians, he could even open all 72 spirit meridians in his body. At this moment, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but look excited. The spiritual meridian had a great effect on strengthening the body. However, the first spiritual meridian that he had unlocked was not one that could directly increase his strength. On the other hand, that spirit vein had to be opened in order to use the Carnage spiritual technique. It could be considered as an indirect way to increase his strength. The 5 God Flowing Light technique had already opened up 9 spirit veins around the mind, which could greatly increase the power of spells and illusions. However, ever since the Leng Shiqi came out of the illusory spirit secret realm, he had not used any offensive spells, so he did not notice it immediately and only found out about it now. At this moment, Leng Shiqi seemed to see a broad road in front of him. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. No matter how wide his future path was, his strength was still at the lower level of a spirit cultivator. He could not bite off more than he could chew. Next, he immersed himself in cultivation wholeheartedly. The next day, which was the second day after leaving the illusory spirit secret realm, Leng Shiqi arrived at the large city of Donglin County near the secret realm, Yilin City. The reason why he came here was to consume a large number of spirit stones on him. He walked directly into the bustling spirit cultivator business street without hesitation. First, he sold the materials he got from the lottery and some low-level items that the system did not accept. Then he used a huge amount of gold and silver to exchange for a few hundred spirit stones. Leng Shiqi patted the 6,000 spirit stones in his mustard seed bag and felt a little happy in his heart. With so many spirit stones, he unknowingly walked with a straighter back. Then he planned to buy a cultivation method first. Naturally, this was to prepare for opening more spirit veins. Now he had 3 cultivation methods that could open spirit veins. The Blood Slaughter 7 Fiend Art mainly cultivated the Blood Fiend Chi. The 9 Nether Devil pattern was a cultivation method between demonic cultivation and body refinement, and the 5 God Flowing Light Art was a spirit cultivation method. Therefore, 80% of the 24 spirit veins that he could open were relatively unorthodox. Now what Leng Shiqi needed the most was 1 or 2 cultivation methods that could open ordinary spirit veins. However, the lowest level of this kind of cultivation method had to be rank 4. Among all the cultivation resources, cultivation methods were considered the most precious. This was the foundation of cultivation. Leng Shiqi walked around several shops and found that the worst rank 4 cultivation method cost thousands of spirit stones. In other words, he could only buy a very ordinary rank 4 cultivation method if he used up all his spirit stones. Leng Shiqi originally thought that he was already very rich, But reality slapped him in the face again. Not only that, when it came to rank 4 cultivation methods and spirit techniques, no shop was willing to show the real one to customers. Lung Shiqi did not have the opportunity to look at it for free. However, he thought about it again. Strictly speaking, he was only at the first level of the spirit vein realm, and his spirit power cultivation was still very weak. He did not know how long it would take to open the remaining 14 spirit veins, so he was not in a hurry to get a cultivation method. The most important thing now was to convert the spirit stones on him into something that could quickly increase his spirit power and battle strength. Therefore, Lung Shiqi spent almost an entire day walking around all the spirit cultivation shops in Yilin City. By the time night fell, he only had a little more than 200 spirit stones left. His gains for the day were not bad. First was weapons. He used saber, sword and spear the most. Since he already had the Inky Jade sword and Azure Rain saber, he bought a rank 4 spirit spear, the Astral Wood Spirit Spear. The biggest characteristic of this spear was that it was very tough and would not be easily broken. In addition, he bought a rank 4 spirit technique, the Violent Lion's Angry Forest Fist. Among the skills that Lung Shiqi had merged, only the Ferocious Tiger Wave Stomping Fist had not been strengthened. It was already a bit declining. Therefore, he wanted to make up for it in terms of fist techniques. Moreover, the Violent Lion's Angry Forest Fist was similar to the Howling Tiger Fist. He believed that after understanding and deduction, he could merge this fist technique into the Ferocious Tiger Wave Stomping Fist. Just these 2 rank 4 resources took away most of Lung Shiqi's spirit stones, making his heart ache. Finally, Lung Shiqi bought a few rank 3 spirit pills that could provide a large amount of spirit power for the spirit vein realm. Each of these pills was worth several hundred spirit stones. Finally, he had emptied his wallet. Although Lung Shiqi bought very few things, each one of them was very precious, and they were also what he needed the most. Overall, he was very satisfied. Late at night, Lung Shiqi entered into cultivation, and Yilin City gradually quieted down. However, what no one knew was that at this time, there was another person in the collapsed illusory spirit secret realm. To be precise, it was not a person, but a skeleton. Meng Tianzong's skeleton. This skeleton from 10,000 years ago had 2 empty eye sockets that flickered with a weak rainbow light from time to time, and around it was a void. In front of the skeleton, there was a fingernail-sized rainbow light spot. If this light spot was magnified countless times, it would be shocking to find that it was actually the illusory spirit secret realm. Then, the light spot floated to the position of the skeleton's heart, and immediately the rainbow light bloomed in the void. And within the light, the skeleton actually began to grow flesh and bones. Pieces of flesh, meridians, and internal organs were born one after another out of thin air. Finally, a layer of white jade-like skin grew on the surface of the body. Unknowingly, 3,000 waist-length hair hung down, and the skeleton turned into a woman. However, this person's face was covered by the rainbow light, and could not be seen clearly. In the void, a somewhat stiff voice that seemed to come from ancient times sounded. You only recovered to this extent after absorbing the divine illusion realm. Forget it, since you've already awakened, you can prepare the next step of the plan. Those dozens of seeds can be considered a foundation. Chapter 271. A few days later, Lung Shiqi finally returned to the Shadow Wind Ridge branch. His trip to the illusory spirit secret realm was a secret. Apart from Feng Xiaomo and Bing Shang, no one else knew. Speaking of Bing Shang, Lung Shiqi was a bit suspicious. Lung Shiqi's illusory spirit world had been mostly repaired, and he had also recovered some of his memories of the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. He remembered that Bing Shang had entered the Divine Dream Illusory Palace before anyone else. Lung Shiqi didn't believe that the changes in the Divine Dream Illusory Palace had nothing to do with Bing Shang. In his opinion, either Bing Shang had accidentally opened that space, or Bing Shang had done it on purpose. Of course, Lung Shiqi was more inclined to the former. He walked into the branch with many thoughts in his mind. The branch was as busy as usual. The changes in the illusory spirit secret realm didn't seem to affect the blood clothing pavilion. In fact, there were more missions than before. Leng Shiqi asked the person next to him politely. Is the head pavilion leader here? Yes. Thank you. Then Leng Shiqi walked to the head pavilion leader's stone palace and said, Disciple Leng Shiqi requests an audience with the head pavilion leader. Feng Shamo's voice came from inside. Come in. Leng Shiqi took a deep breath and walked in. He didn't expect Feng Shamo to be standing at the door and staring at Leng Shiqi. Although Feng Shamo was wearing a mask, Leng Shiqi could clearly feel the other party's surprise. I thought you were dead, Feng Shamo said with a complicated tone. Leng Shiqi's identity was very sensitive. If he died in the illusory spirit secret realm, even if Feng Shamo was the pavilion leader's direct disciple and the head pavilion leader, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. The illusory spirit secret realm was supposed to be open for about 10 days. Including the time needed to go back and forth, Leng Shiqi wouldn't be able to return in 20 days. So Feng Shamo went to do his own things. But a few days ago, Feng Shamo suddenly received news that the illusory spirit secret realm had collapsed. He hurried back and mobilized the entire intelligence network of Donglin County to find Leng Shiqi. But there was no news of him. Feng Shamo really thought that Leng Shiqi was dead. For the past 2 days, he had been thinking about how to reduce the punishment. But now Leng Shiqi himself came back. How could Feng Shamo not be surprised? Feng Shamo's sex Shamo's sex identity. What was Wuxia's? Leng Shiqi. However, Leng Shiqi returned with the appearance of Old Man Lu. The two of them were perfectly separated. Leng Shiqi didn't know what to say. He cupped his fists and said, Disciple didn't let you down and brought back the divine fantasy spirit stone for the pavilion lord. Leng Shiqi took out 9 illusory spirit stones from his mustard seed bag. They were of no use to him, so there was no need to keep them. Feng Shamo was slightly surprised. He took the illusory spirit stones and said, It's good that you came back alive. Leng Shiqi said, Thank you for your concern, Sect Head Pavilion Sect Head. Give me your identity token. Leng Shiqi knew Feng Shamo was going to exchange blood for him. He immediately handed over his token with both hands. Sure enough, Feng Shamo gave Leng Shiqi 900 blood droplets. He now had 1120 blood droplets, enough for him to become a blood-clothed assassin. This was what he wanted the most. Leng Shiqi. Feng Shamo's tone suddenly became very serious. Yes, Sect Head. Leng Shiqi had a feeling that Feng Shamo was going to tell him everything. Feng Shamo said, You know your identity the best. Have you ever thought about why the sect spent so much resources and effort to nurture you? Sect Head is stupid. Leng Shiqi had been thinking about this for a long time. He had made many guesses, but he still couldn't figure it out. Feng Shamo continued, You know the rules of the sect. You're not allowed to participate in any worldly opportunities. You can only be a sword in someone else's hand. However, no one is willing to be a weapon for others to use. If this continues, the blood-clothed pavilion will always be in the same place. Master doesn't want to, I don't want to, and I believe you don't want to either. So the blood-clothed pavilion wants to break the shackles on us and soar into the sky. But it's easier said than done. If the sect really doesn't care about the rules, we'll be attacked by countless sections. In the end, we'll be destroyed. So, a plan was formed. We called it the Blood Mist Island Plan. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi finally understood the origin of the Blood Mist Island. He also felt the ambition of the blood-clothed pavilion. But at the same time, an even bigger question appeared in his mind. That was, could he, Delta Origi, Yushu, and Mengming break the shackles of the blood-clothed pavilion? He couldn't help but think to himself, Isn't he overestimating us? In his mind, even if the 4 of them cultivated to the unity of heaven and man realm, so what if they were in the sky origin realm? One had to know that there were 5 sky origin realm experts in the blood-clothed pavilion. If they couldn't do it, how could Leng Shiqi and the others be able to do it? Feng Shamo seemed to see Leng Shiqi's doubts. He said, As for how you'll be arranged in the future, you'll naturally know when the time comes. You only need to know one thing now, and that is that the blood-clothed pavilion will flourish in our hands in the future, and stand at the top of the continent. Speaking of this, Fengsha Mo exuded a monstrous ambition. Leng Shiqi keenly grasped the hidden meaning in Fengsha Mo's words. He wanted Leng Shiqi to join Fengsha Mo's team. Leng Shiqi pondered for a moment and said, "Disciple will listen to the sex arrangements." Fengsha Mo withdrew his aura and looked at Leng Shiqi silently. He also understood the meaning in Leng Shiqi's words. He said, "You're now in the spirit vein realm and have enough blood droplets. You can already become a blood-clothed assassin. However, to become a blood-clothed assassin, you must go to the main pavilion. We hope you can go and return quickly." Leng Shiqi immediately remembered that his cheap master had also promised that as long as he reached the spirit vein realm within a year, he would also give him a fortune. Then he probably wouldn't return in a short time, but he still said, "Yes, leader. You may leave. Disciple will take his leave." Leng Shiqi left the stone hall, but Fengsha Mo's words kept echoing in his mind. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end he sighed. The blood-clothed pavilion isn't peaceful either. Forget it, let's not think about it anymore. Fortunately, Fengsha Mo didn't ask about the cultivation method inheritance. Then he walked to a corner of the hall, where the branch's information was gathered. Chapter 272. Not many people visited the intelligence office in the branch, because there were spies of the blood-clothed pavilion in all the cities in Donglin County. If they wanted to carry out a task in a certain place, it was best to get first-hand information from the place. Therefore, there were almost no people in this place. Leng Shiqi walked over and asked the gray-clothed disciple in charge, "I want information about Tang Hepu, the legitimate son of the Tang family." "Sir, please wait a moment. In the Phantom Spirit secret realm, someone could contact him through the Jade Sword, and know that he was Leng Shiqi. This matter had always made him fearful. Now he had to figure it out before he left so that he could rest assured." Soon, the gray-clothed disciple came back with a thick piece of information. Leng Shiqi paid him and read it on the spot. The first 90% of the information was nonsense, and only the last paragraph attracted him. Tang Hepu was killed by Leng Shiqi, the black-clothed killer of the blood-clothed pavilion, at the Golden Wing Academy. Seeing this, Leng Shiqi frowned. The information directly stated that he had killed Tang Hepu. If this information was provided by the blood-clothed pavilion, it would be understandable. But if not, it meant that his information had been leaked. So he asked, "I want to know, how did others know that Tang Hepu was killed by Leng Shiqi?" The gray-clothed disciple replied, "This is the news from the Tang family. They have confirmed that Leng Shiqi killed Tang Hepu through elimination one by one. And Leng Shiqi is ranked second in the Tang family's kill order." Leng Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. The first one must be Bing Shang. What made him a little dumbfounded was that the Tang family had confirmed his identity through elimination. He also knew that when the employer came to the blood-clothed pavilion to issue a task, he would get a list of the names of the killers. Some killers were famous, and some employers would sometimes specially appoint a certain killer to complete the task. The Tang family must know about this list. Leng Shiqi was inconspicuous when he first arrived, but in the process of killing Tang Hepu, he had shown too many powerful abilities, which were too eye-catching. Among the black-clothed assassins of the Donglin County branch, no one had ever possessed such strength. Therefore, the Tang family quickly confirmed that it was Leng Shiqi who killed Tang and Pu. After learning the truth, Leng Shiqi smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had been imagining things. But at least he had resolved one of his worries. As for the hunting order of the Tang family, he did not take it to heart. After all, he was about to leave Donglin County and return to the general pavilion. Moreover, was there really someone who didn't care about his life and came to kill the Blood-Robe Pavilion's disciples? Leng Shiqi continued. "I also want another piece of information. Hundreds of years ago, someone obtained the Divine Illusion Palace's cultivation method in the illusory spirit secret realm. I want to know who it is." Leng Shiqi had always kept this matter in mind. When he received the inheritance, he knew that the true sovereign technique, the Divine Illusion technique, had a total of 3 parts. The 5 God flowing light technique that he cultivated was one of them. The other 2 parts were obtained by Ozu of the Thousand Illusions Sword Sect, and the person from hundreds of years ago. So he was very curious about who that person was. Of course, he still had a trace of fantasy in his heart that he could gather all 3 cultivation methods and restore the divine illusion technique. The gray-robed disciple said awkwardly, "The information from hundreds of years ago has long been sealed. Only the general pavilion leader can read it." "Is that so?" Lung Shiqi did not expect the information from the past to be sealed. If he went to Feng Shamo, it should be possible to get the information. But now he just wanted to stay away from Feng Shamo and not get involved in the internal struggle of the Blood-Robe Pavilion. "Forget it, I'll ask about it from other sources in the future." Lung Shiqi turned around and prepared to go back to his room to tidy up. But at this moment, there was a fluctuation in his spiritual world. It was the communication method left behind by Nine Leaf before he entered the illusory spirit secret realm. When he returned to the pavilion, he did not contact Nine Leaf first because he was going to see Feng Shamo. He was afraid that Feng Shamo would notice something. At this moment, Nine Leaf took the initiative to contact him, but Nine Leaf's voice sounded tired. "You're back so soon? Come and save me." Lung Shiqi was stunned. Did he hear it wrong? Nine Leaf asked him to save her. Although Nine Leaf's cultivation was now that of a 3rd-rank monster, her soul power was that of a 7th-rank monster. The monster core was also a 7th-rank monster core. When they were still in the demonic Miasma Mountains, Nine Leaf was only a 2nd-rank monster, but she could control more than a dozen 3rd-rank monsters at the same time for several days. Now, not to mention Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators, even Spirit Aperture Realm cultivators might not be her opponent. Only an expert in the Gang Spirit Realm like Feng Shamo could make her afraid. Now Nine Leaf asked Lung Shiqi to save her? Could it be that she had provoked a Spirit Gang Realm master? Lung Shiqi felt a headache coming. Before entering the illusory spirit secret realm, he was a little worried about Nine Leaf running around by herself. Now she had really caused trouble. However, Lung Shiqi was stunned again. Although Nine Leaf's words were asking for help, there was no sense of crisis in her tone at all. Instead, she sounded a little happy. Lung Shiqi was skeptical. He contacted Nine Leaf through the illusory spirit world. "Senior Nine Leaf, where are you?" "How would I know where this is? I'm being chased. Anyway, I'm not far from you. Hurry up and follow the mark to save me." Nine Leaf said so, as if saying "I've eaten" was as easy as saying. The corner of Lung Shiqi's eyes couldn't help twitching. He didn't go back to pack up. Anyway, there was nothing precious, so he hurried out. After leaving the pavilion, he followed the mark and went all the way to the west. He passed through the Wind Ridge and came to a deep mountain forest. He could sense that Nine Leaf was in this forest. He immediately opened his supercilious eyes and saw Nine Leaf's aura. However, in addition to her, there were 3 auras at the middle stage of Spirit Pulse Realm following closely behind. She was really being chased. Lung Shiqi didn't dare to delay and rushed over. Although there were 3 spirit cultivators at the middle stage of Spirit Pulse Realm on the opposite side, the spiritual power in their bodies was almost exhausted. Lung Shiqi still had some confidence in stalling them. On the other side, 3 spirit cultivators in fiery red clothes were chasing after Nine Leaf with resentment. They were all disciples of the second-rate sect, Extreme Volcano Manor. Not long ago, they had also sent some people to the illusory spirit secret realm. 1/3 of the experts in the villa were not there. This was not a big deal, but one day, they suddenly found that a demon beast had sneaked into their treasure house. When they found out, most of the treasures inside had been eaten by the demon beast. Chapter 273. Extreme Volcano Manor was a second-rate force in Donglin County. Furthermore, it was considered one of the leading second-rate forces. Since the establishment of the sect, there had never been something that made them feel so humiliated. Because that demonic beast was merely a rank 3 demonic beast. A tiny 3rd-tier demonic beast had actually sneaked into their treasure trove without anyone noticing. Only after swallowing more than half of the treasures were discovered. To the people of Extreme Volcano Manor, this was not only a loss of a large amount of resources, but also a lifetime of humiliation. If this matter were to spread, they would probably be laughed at by the other spirit cultivator sections. This rank 3 demonic beast was naturally 9-leave. Numerous disciples of Extreme Volcano Manor immediately surrounded and attacked, but the result was that they were all defeated by 9-leave. Spirit Pulse Realm spirit cultivators were actually as weak as livestock in front of her, allowing her to slaughter them. Only Spirit Aperture Realm spirit cultivators could barely withstand a few moves. In the end, it was Extreme Volcano Manor's Manor Lord Zhu Huarong and Great Elder, who personally took action to heavily injure 9-leave. But in the end, she still managed to escape. This escape lasted for a few days. In the beginning, Zhu Huarong and Great Elder personally came to chase after her, but it was also at that time that the news of the collapse of the illusory spirit secret realm spread. The 10 Spirit Pulse Realm disciples of Extreme Volcano Manor, who entered the secret realm, were actually all annihilated. When this matter came out, Zhu Huarong and Great Elder immediately felt that something was amiss. Helpless, they could only return to the sect to deal with the troublesome matters. However, they still sent many disciples to continue chasing after 9-leave. But how could it be so easy to chase after 9-leave? 9-leave was originally proficient in illusory body techniques. Back then, she could even deceive Nanmen Yun and Xiepingyu, 2 Sky Origin Realm experts. Confusing those disciples of Extreme Volcano Manor was naturally not a problem. After she used the illusory body technique again and again, the people chasing after her became fewer and fewer. Until now, there were only 3 Spirit Pulse Realm disciples left. The reason why these 3 people had the guts to continue chasing 9-leave was because they discovered that 9-leave was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Therefore, the 3 of them became more and more fervent. As long as they could kill this demonic beast with their own hands, they would definitely receive a huge reward from the sect. At this moment, 9-leave was clearly a large amount of resources in their eyes. They already saw that 9-leave's speed was slowing down, getting slower and slower. The demonic beast had stopped. The demonic beast was already exhausted. The eyes of the 3 of them were filled with excitement. They threw out a punch at the same time. Every punch was accompanied by waves of fire. It looked very powerful. However, at this moment, over 100 blue frost sword energies suddenly descended from the sky. The icy cold air instantly extinguished the wave of fire, turning the surroundings into a land of winter. The 3 of them immediately tried to block the attacks in a flurry. However, they still couldn't avoid being hit by a few of the sword chi. Their bodies were all covered in ice shards. There were also frost sword chi freezing their meridians in their bodies. Who is it? The 3 people from the Extreme Fire Manor immediately exclaimed. We are disciples of the Extreme Fire Manor. We are under orders to hunt down the demon. Please don't interfere. But in the blink of an eye, dozens of figures in ferocious-looking demonic armors appeared from all directions. At the same time, dozens of dark green sword beams pierced towards them from all directions. The 3 of them were shocked. Just as they were about to dodge with all their might, a purple light flashed through 9-leave's eyes. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and they were unable to move at all. Chi chi chi. Streaks of sword scars appeared all over the bodies of the 3 men. Immediately, 2 of them fell to the ground, no longer making any sound. Only the last person had layers of flames surging around him. He was seriously injured but not dead. He stared in shock at the devil-like man who had appeared in front of him out of nowhere. He stuttered as if he wanted to say something, but the man thrust out his sword. The sword was like a long river, easily tearing apart the flames in front of him. He said in shock, "Level 5 spiritual weapon?" However, in the next moment, his head left his body with this expression. Then 3 faint soul powers floated out and were absorbed by Lung Shiqi. The souls of 3 middle-stage Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators allowed Lung Shiqi's spiritual power and physical strength to steadily increase. Although the 3 of them were all middle-stage Spirit Pulse Realm cultivators, their spiritual power was about to be exhausted. Under Lung Shiqi's sneak attack and 9-leave's control, they were easily killed. Lung Shiqi put away his sword and said, "Senior 9-leave, are you okay?" 9-leave, who was covered in injuries, shook his head and smiled. "What can happen to me? You came quickly. I haven't seen you for a few days, but your strength has improved a lot. Lung Shiqi saw Nine Leaves' terrible injuries. Almost all of them were fire wounds, but Nine Leaf himself did not feel anything. He said, "Senior Nine Leaf, you flatter me. Maybe there will be others chasing after us. Let's leave here first." "Okay, my main body is almost exhausted. I will enter your spiritual space first." Nine Leaf's soul body went directly into Lung Shiqi's spiritual illusion world. As soon as Nine Leaf came to the spiritual illusion world, he said in surprise, "Why is this place so damaged? What danger did you encounter in that illusory spirit secret realm? Even after using the power I left for you, you still suffered such serious injuries." Lung Shiqi removed the demonic beast blood pattern armor and put Nine Leaf's body into the system space. Then he skillfully picked up the three people's mustard seed bags and dealt with the corpses. This set of actions was as smooth as flowing water. As he did, he answered, "It's a long story. A lot of illusory beasts suddenly appeared in that secret realm. Now the entire secret realm has collapsed. I escaped with great difficulty." The secret realm collapsed? Even Nine Leaf could not help but be surprised when he heard this. Under normal circumstances, secret realms will not suddenly collapse. Even if they are about to return to nothingness, they will slowly weaken and shrink before finally collapsing completely. "I'm afraid there's something else. Oh, no wonder those two old guys didn't chase after me personally. It turns out that their backyard is on fire." When Lung Shiqi heard this, he was also curious about what Nine Leaf had done to be chased so miserably. Thus he asked, "Senior Nine Leaf, those three people said they were from Extreme Fire Manor. How dare they chase after you?" "Originally, I was just strolling around nearby. But one day, I suddenly sensed the aura of something good. I followed the aura and found Extreme Fire Manor. Later, I sneaked into their treasury, but that thing was sealed in a secret room. Even I couldn't open it. So, I simply stayed there and ate some things when I was free to recover some of my cultivation." At this point, Lung Shiqi completely understood that Nine Leaf had caused havoc in Extreme Fire Manor's treasury. It would be strange if they did not chase after him. Lung Shiqi said, "Senior Nine Leaf, I'm just about to return to the Blood Garment Pavilion's General Pavilion in Mukin County. As long as I leave Donglin County, the people from Extreme Fire Manor will not be a threat." "You're going back to the General Pavilion? There are many Unity of Heaven and Man and Sky origin powerhouses there." Nine Leaf did not seem very happy to hear this. Lung Shiqi knew that Nine Leaf was afraid of the Blood Garment Pavilion's powerhouses, but he had to go back. Thus he explained, "Yes, I'm going back to become a Blood Garment assassin." "Forget it. When I'm about to reach the Blood Garment Pavilion, I'll just sleep for a while. Recently, I've swallowed many rare treasures. My cultivation can also improve. By the way, during this time, you have to find a way to help me recover my physical body. Consider it my condition for lending you my power." "Of course." Chapter 274. Blood-Clothed Pavilion, Mukin Prefecture. Lung Shiqi finally returned here after half a year. Whether it was Lung Shiqi's cultivation or strength, there was a huge change compared to when he left. During this period, he was first caught in the power struggle in Shangyang City, and was tricked by Chu Xinran. Later, he participated in the dispute of Boiwanhe's tomb, and was possessed by the devil spirit, and almost lost his life. In order to break through to the spiritual pulse realm, he went to the demonic Miasma Mountains and fell into the chess game of the two top forces, Imperial Beast Abode and Blood Beast Sect. He met Nine Leaf by accident, and finally broke through to the spiritual pulse realm with Nine Leaf's help. Not long ago, he entered the illusory spirit secret realm. Although he only stayed there for 2 or 3 days, it was really a narrow escape. Now Lung Shiqi's illusory spirit world had almost been repaired, and he could basically remember what happened in the Divine Dream Illusory Palace. He finally understood why the woman in black gauze had the centipede spell in her body. He also remembered that he had comprehended the unique skill, Ephemeral Bloom. He also knew that Meng Tianzong, who founded the Divine Dream Palace and sacrificed tens of thousands of disciples 10,000 years ago, was not dead. Such a person reappeared in the world, and he didn't know what kind of turbulence it would cause to the continent in the future. He also remembered that before they fainted, a colorful streamer had entered his body. He guessed that was the reason why he had opened the 9 spiritual pulses in an instant. However, he also had a huge question in his heart. That was, why didn't Meng Tianzong kill them? Since Meng Tianzong could tamper with everyone's memory in an instant, it was naturally easy for him to kill them. This matter was like a sharp thorn in Leng Shiqi's heart, causing him to be puzzled no matter how hard he thought. However, he couldn't guess the thoughts of a powerful expert like Meng Tianzong. The only thing he needed to do now was to constantly improve his strength. Only when he was strong could he face the countless tribulations and crises in the future. After returning to the blood-clothed pavilion, Leng Shiqi didn't rush to the formless palace to find Formless. Instead, he went to visit another person, Ghost Ju. He heard that Ghost Ju, the former Grand Pavilion leader of the sub-pavilion in Dongling County, was now the deacon elder in charge of the black-clothed killers. It was indeed a waste of talent to let a former ghost blood-clothed killer, former Grand Pavilion leader, and master of Gang's spirit realm manage the outer disciples. But when Leng Shiqi saw Ghost Art, he was leisurely lying on a recliner, holding a slightly old book and reading it with great interest. Leng Shiqi bowed and said, "This disciple greets the Grand Pavilion leader." Ghost Ju was also surprised by Leng Shiqi's arrival. When he discovered that Leng Shiqi's cultivation was actually at the Spirit Pulse realm, he immediately sat up straight. His slightly turbid eyes were filled with surprise. He nodded in appreciation and said, "You've changed a lot, kid. You've come back to be promoted to a blood-clothed assassin, right? But I'm no longer the Grand Pavilion leader. You can call me Elder. In my heart, you will always be the Grand Pavilion Lord." Ghost Ju laughed. "You've learned how to flatter me. You must have something you want to ask me." Leng Shiqi did not hide it and said, "Sure enough, nothing can escape the Grand Pavilion leader's eyes." I'm in a good mood today. What do you want to know?" Ghost Ju lay back on the recliner and said. Leng Shiqi looked serious and asked, "Grand Pavilion leader, I want to know the relationship between the senior members of the sect." Ghost Ju revealed an expression of sure enough, and said, "You've already noticed that the blood-clothed pavilion is not stable internally." His expression was a little heavy. In fact, there was no deputy pavilion leader position in the blood-clothed pavilion before. The current pavilion leader, Hateful Blade, is a cultivation maniac. He spends more than 80% of his time in closed-door cultivation, and has no time to manage the sect. That's why there is a deputy pavilion leader. But it also leads to the division of power. Although the deputy pavilion leader's cultivation is not as good as the pavilion leader's, he has been in charge of the affairs of the pavilion for many years and has a high prestige. There are even many people who only know the deputy pavilion leader, but not the pavilion leader. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi thought of the phrase "great achievements overshadow the pavilion leader." So gradually, the pavilion was divided into 2 factions. One faction supported the pavilion leader, while the other supported the deputy pavilion leader. For so many years, these 2 factions have been in conflict, but there is only one thing that everyone has reached a consensus on. That is the Blood Fog Island plan. Speaking of this, Gue Ju looked at Leng Shiqi meaningfully and continued, "But speaking of which, the Vice Pavilion Lord never had any thoughts of seizing the position because he knew he wasn't the Pavilion Lord's match. Now that no one can shake the Pavilion Leader and Deputy Pavilion Leader's position, many people have placed their hopes on the next generation. In other words, the next Pavilion Leader candidate." Hearing these words, Leng Shiqi immediately thought of Feng Shamo. He was the Pavilion Leader's direct disciple, and was now in charge of a branch of the pavilion. He must be one of the Pavilion Leader candidates. Ghost Ju said, "You should have guessed that Feng Shamo is one of the candidates for the next Pavilion Leader. Other than him, there are 2 others. One is the leader of the 9 underworld blood cloak assassins, Hua Luiyue. The other one is your master, Wuxia." "What?" Leng Shiqi was shocked. He had never thought that his master, who seemed a little unreliable, would be a candidate for the next pavilion leader. At this time, he recalled that in the Bloodkill Hall, Wuxia dared to be so arrogant in front of the pavilion leader. It turned out that he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. Although Feng Shamo is still young and his cultivation is not as good as Hua Luiyue and Wu Xiang's, he wins in terms of status. He is the rightful candidate and many of the older factions in the pavilion support him. Hua Luiyue and Wu Xiang are the outstanding disciples of the Blood Cloak Pavilion, and are known as the Blood Cloak Duo. Whether it is in terms of cultivation strength or contributions, they are strong contenders for the next pavilion leader position. However, both of them had very unique personalities. Hua Luiyue is a bit like the pavilion leader, who is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't like power struggles. Wu Xiang is quite enthusiastic, but his unreliable personality makes it difficult for him to convince the others. In general, these three people have their own strengths and weaknesses, and are all likely to succeed the pavilion leader position in the future. If I have to say, the most likely candidates are Feng Shamo and Wu Xiang. Leng Shiqi listened carefully and thought to himself. Suddenly, he realized a very awkward thing. That was, which faction did he belong to? His identity was Wu Xiang's disciple, but at the same time, he was also under Feng Shamo's command. He became Wu Xiang's disciple, and went to the Donglin County Pavilion branch to become Feng Shamo's subordinate. All of this seemed very coincidental, but was it really just a coincidence? Ghost Ju said, "You are in a very bad situation now. Your identity as the winner of Bloodfog Island is already eye-catching enough. Now you are deeply involved in the battle between Feng Shamo and Wu Xiang. Every choice and decision you make will cause unimaginable changes. So you have to be careful, very careful." Chapter 275. Leng Shiqi only found out after coming back that he had been caught in an invisible storm. If he wasn't careful, he would be crushed. However, you don't have to worry too much. Ghost Ju's tone became relaxed again. Don't forget, what is the prerequisite for the next pavilion master position? If the current pavilion master doesn't step down, he still has more than 100 years to live. As long as you don't interact with too many people, there won't be any trouble in the short term. Leng Shiqi clasped his hands. Disciple thanks head pavilion master for pointing me out. It's nothing. Wu Xiang will tell you about this sooner or later. However, if it comes from his mouth, it will be more biased towards him. Alright, if you have nothing else, you can go back. I still have to read more books. This Netherblood Cloak assassin who had once dominated a region actually said he wanted to read more books. This sounded a bit strange to Leng Shiqi's ears. However, he hesitated and didn't leave. Is there anything else? Disciple wants to ask about the other three people. When he, Delta Origi Yushu and Xiongming left the Blood Mist Island, the other three all became disciples of Sky Origin Realm cultivators. What about himself? He was sent to the Donglin County branch in less than 2 days. He had been running around the entire time, and didn't know anything about the other three. He was now very curious about the cultivation levels of those three people, especially Delta Origi. Ghost Ju's eyes flashed with joy when he thought of the other three. I have to say, the four of you are all rare geniuses. Yushu and Xiongming are already at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, and have been preparing to break through to the spirit pulse realm. They are only 14 or 15 years old. I believe they can break through in 2 or 3 years. As for Delta Origi, Ghost Ju paused for a moment. She broke through more than a month ago. Hearing this, Leng Shiqi couldn't help but be startled. More than a month ago, Leng Shiqi had just returned from the demonic Miasma mountain range. This meant that Delta Origi had broken through a bit later than him. Others didn't know, but how could Leng Shiqi not know how he broke through? He risked his life to enter the demonic Miasma mountain range to kill demon beasts and refine their blood. That was how he quickly reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Later, he had to fuse 3 techniques in the demonic spirit spring to break through to the spirit pulse realm. It could be said that he had rised his life. However, Delta Origi also broke through. He couldn't help but ask, has Gusen left the general pavilion recently? She's to cultivate to the end, to cultivate to the spirits. T. S a spirit, T test to T. S to this to zest T's master. Estes to T. T. St. S disciple understands. Disciple won't disturb the head pavilion leader's rest, and will take his leave. Guiju casually waved his hand. Go. However, after Leng Shiqi left, Guiju stood up. He sighed deeply and muttered, 2 14-year-old spirit pulse realm cultivators. And 2 more who broke through before the age of 18. These 4 people might really be able to do it. Leng Shiqi went to Wuxiang Palace with heavy thoughts. Unexpectedly, Wuxiang wasn't there, and neither was Sulwan. He went directly to the Blood Garment Hall of the Blood Garment Pavilion. That was where the Blood Garment assassins gathered, and where one could become a Blood Garment assassin. A moment later he walked into the Blood Garment Hall and saw Blood Garment assassins everywhere. These people were all spirit cultivators of the Sky Realm. After wandering around outside, Leng Shiqi felt more and more that the Blood Garment Pavilion was worthy of being called a peak power. Without mentioning anything else, just the hundreds of Blood Garment assassins in the hall were enough to easily destroy a second-rate power. Seeing Leng Shiqi, the black-clothed assassin, walk in, some people looked at him. However, when they sensed his cultivation, they knew what he was here for. At this time, a gray-clothed disciple quickly walked over and asked, "Sir, are you here to become a Blood Garment assassin? Please follow me and lead the way." The gray-clothed disciple brought Leng Shiqi to a side hall on the left side of the hall. After a simple test to confirm Leng Shiqi's cultivation, he handed over another 1,000 blood drops. The gray-clothed disciple gave him a new identity token and gave him 2 sets of black-striped blood garment and a monthly salary. A black-striped blood garment assassin's monthly salary was a 3rd transformation spirit pill and 100 spirit stones. Just the 3rd transformation spirit pill alone was worth hundreds of spirit stones. The difference between him and a black-clothed assassin was not small at all. After handing over everything, the gray-clothed disciple said, "Sir, after becoming a Blood Garment assassin, you can have a unique code name and mask. May I ask what your code name is?" Code name? Leng Shiqi heard this and laughed in his heart. His name itself was a code name. He could continue to use this code name. Leng Shiqi. The gray-clothed disciple was stunned. He knew that this was Leng Shiqi's real name through the identity token, which meant that he did not have a code name. However, the gray-clothed disciple immediately said, "Sir, please follow me to choose a mask." Then, he followed the gray-clothed disciple to another room. As soon as he entered the room, Leng Shiqi saw a dazzling array of masks, and each mask was different. A short bald old man was playing with a mask, his face full of satisfaction. The gray-clothed disciple bowed and said, "Master Feng, there is a new Blood Garment assassin who wants to choose a mask. And I know, choose whatever you want." This Master Feng was still immersed in his own world, and did not want to pay attention to Leng Shiqi. Leng Shiqi did not care. He casually strolled around the room. There were many masks on the walls and tables in the room. These masks were almost all fierce. He looked around and was not very satisfied. At this time, he happened to see the mask in Master Feng's hand. There was no obvious pattern on it, only a gray vortex. The gray vortex was like a piece of chaos that had not yet opened. It destroyed everything, gave birth to everything, and could also accommodate everything. Leng Shiqi had a feeling in his heart. He seemed to have seen the path that spirit cultivators would take in the future. Whether it was cultivation methods or spirit techniques, he was now walking the path of fusion. Fusion of new cultivation methods and spirit techniques. Wasn't it just destroying the original, and then regenerating it? This mask was very suitable for him. He walked over and asked, "Can you give me this mask?" And Master Feng came back to his senses and said with some surprise, "You want this? Haha, you have good taste, take it." Leng Shiqi did not expect the other party to give it to him so easily. He thought that Master Feng liked this mask very much and would not be willing to give it to him. Master Feng said, "This mask can find an owner who appreciates it. It can be said that it belongs to someone." Leng Shiqi turned his back and put on a new mask. When this mask was on his face, there was a cool feeling coming from it. It was quite comfortable to feel it carefully. What was even more strange was that the mask completely covered the entire face, but his breathing was very smooth and his vision was not affected at all. At this time he discovered that this mask was actually a level 3 spirit weapon. Then Leng Shiqi put on the blood-red robe. At this moment, he finally became a blood garment assassin of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Chapter 276. In the end, Lung Shiqi left the Blood Cloth Palace with a token and walked towards the Blood Book Palace. After becoming a Blood Cloth assassin, he had another benefit, which was that he could choose any level 4 spiritual skill. He could choose any level 4 spiritual skill that was worth thousands of spirit stones in the outside world. This was the deep foundation of the Blood Cloth Pavilion. Speaking of spiritual skills, Lung Shiqi carefully thought about which spiritual skill to choose on the way. At present, he didn't lack spiritual skills in sword, fist, or palm, and was quite rich in spiritual skills, so he planned to choose a finger technique, a leg technique, or some special spiritual skills. With the token, Lung Shiqi came to the Blood Book Palace again, but this time he came to the second floor of the Blood Book Palace. The second floor was filled with rank 4 cultivation methods and spiritual skills, but here, there were hundreds of cultivation methods and spiritual skills. These extremely precious resources were also divided into areas. Lung Shiqi directly targeted the finger techniques, leg techniques, and special spiritual skills. He looked at the spiritual skills placed on the shelves one by one, and thought it was a pity. If these spiritual skills were real, he would be rich. Because there wasn't much time, Lung Shiqi didn't dare to delay. He looked through almost all the spiritual skills in the 3 areas, and chose 3 spiritual skills. They were Bloodline Finger, Thunderstorm Kick, and Wind Chant Escape. Bloodline Finger used the blood chi of the cultivator as the foundation, condensing the power of blood chi and spiritual power to the extreme. It was a finger technique with strong penetrating power. Thunderstorm Kick was a very fierce leg technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it could even trigger a trace of thunderstorm power. It was very powerful. As for the Wind Chant Escape technique, it was a type of escape technique, mainly used for escaping. One had strong penetrating power, one had strong explosive power, and one was good at escaping. Lung Shiqi wanted all of them, but he could only choose one of the 3. He held the 3 spiritual skills and fell into deep thought. After a while, he put the other 2 spiritual skills back. He chose Bloodline Finger. The 3 spiritual techniques that he had chosen were the ones that he had found most suitable for himself in each area. Therefore, he was considering which of the 3 was the most suitable for him. Lung Shiqi first ruled out Thunderstorm Kick. Although this spiritual skill had strong explosive power, he also bought Violent Lion Angry Forest Fist not long ago. The 2 were actually somewhat similar. It was just that one was a fist technique, and the other was a leg technique. Moreover, whether it was the formation-breaking cross spear or Earth Fiend Demon Claw, they were both spiritual skills with explosive power, so Thunderstorm Kick didn't seem that important. Then he made a decision with the remaining 2 spiritual skills. Wind Chant Escape was a good escape technique. It was good for chasing and escaping. Ghost, 100 Ghost Night Ghost Walk, and the Holy Silver Deer's Beast Origin battle rune that could increase his speed. The only blood was the Spirit's spiritual skill. It was a spiritual skill. Spirit. The penetrative power of Bloodline Finger was something Lung Shiqi didn't have now. And the more blood the practitioner of this spiritual skill had, the more powerful it would be. Lung Shiqi's body was far stronger than ordinary people, and his blood was very strong, so after careful consideration he chose Bloodline Finger. Soon after, he walked out of the Blood Book Palace with this spiritual skill, but an unexpected person appeared in front of the Blood Book Palace. That person was Wuxia. Lung Shiqi's clothes, mask, and body shape had changed a lot, but he was still recognized by Wuxia at a glance. Wuxia clapped his hands and shouted, "You didn't tell me you were coming back." Lung Shiqi opened his mouth. He couldn't contact Wuxia in the Donglin County branch, and he couldn't find him when he went to Wuxia's palace. But before Lung Shiqi could explain, he was dragged away by Wuxia. Lung Shiqi's arm was grabbed by Wuxia, and he couldn't resist at all. He was dragged all the way to Wuxia's palace, just like when he came out of the Blood Kill Hall half a year ago. At this moment, Wuxia was walking around Lung Shiqi in circles, muttering a few words from time to time. Lung Shiqi's mouth twitched a few times. He felt like he was a circus monkey being watched. Wuxiang stood still and said, I was just saying it casually, but you really broke through to the spirit pulse realm in a year. Hearing this, Lung Shiqi almost coughed up blood. You were just saying it casually? When he was in the branch, even if Feng Shamo didn't ask him to, he would have to go to the demonic miasma mountain range to complete Wuxiang's mission. In order to break through to the spirit pulse realm, he went through several life and death situations, and in the end, this was what he got. He took a deep breath and asked, what if I don't break through to the spirit pulse realm in a year? What? Wuxiang tilted his head. If you don't break through, then don't break through. If 1 year isn't enough, then 2 years. If 2 years isn't enough, then 3 years. In any case, as long as you can break through in 10 years, I can accept it. Lung Shiqi felt like he had suffered heavy internal injuries. So in his master's heart, he had given him 10 years. Lung Shiqi was speechless, but he suddenly thought of something. He asked tentatively, then master, the great opportunity you talked about. Oh, cough cough. Wuxiang sat down and coughed dryly. Lung Shiqi immediately had a bad feeling. Wuxiang said, don't worry, I'll arrange it for you. Do you think I'll lie to you? Lung Shiqi felt that it was very possible, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Oh, Wuxiang suddenly exclaimed, as if he had thought of something. He said, since you're back and you're back as a blood cloak assassin, Delta Origi also broke through to the spirit pulse realm not long ago. It seems that you can do that thing now. Don't run around in the next few days. I'll go ask for a fortune for you. Before Wuxiang's voice even faded, his figure had already disappeared. Lung Shiqi's eyes widened. He couldn't even catch a glimpse of Wuxiang's figure. It was hard to imagine how fast Wuxiang was. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wuxiang left just like that, leaving him here again. Sigh, it's time to rest for a while. The illusion world hasn't been completely repaired yet. I can also try to merge the violent lion raging forest fist with the tiger wave treading fist. Let's see if there's a chance to break through to the second level of the spirit pulse realm. It had been more than 2 months since he stepped into the first level of the spirit pulse realm. During this time, he didn't have much time to cultivate. However, he often battled, so his spiritual energy grew quickly. At the same time, he had also refined a few third transformation spirit pills. They were very effective for him at the first level of the spirit pulse realm. Now his spiritual energy was quite abundant. Moreover, he had already opened up 10 spirit pulses. As long as he continued to accumulate spiritual energy, he could easily break through to the second level of the spirit pulse realm. Thinking of this, Lung Shiqi returned to his own courtyard, the courtyard where he had only stayed for 2 nights. However, before he reached the courtyard, a servant disciple called out to him. Master Lung, there's someone outside who wants to see you. Lung Shiqi was a little surprised. Who would come to see him? When he arrived outside the Wuxiang palace, he saw a petite girl dressed in black standing there. However, her aura was that of the spirit pulse realm. She was Delta Origi. Chapter 277. When Lung Shiqi saw Delta Origi again after more than half a year, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. It would be a lie to say that he didn't miss Delta Origi these days, but he missed the feeling of mutual trust between him and Delta Origi. Now that they met, he suddenly couldn't speak. No, both of them were wearing masks, so it couldn't be considered a real meeting. Delta Origi was stunned when he saw Lung Shiqi come out. He was shocked by Lung Shiqi's size. Originally, Lung Shiqi was only a little taller than Delta Origi, but now, he was more than a head taller. Aren't you going to invite me in? Delta Origi's familiar voice came. Lung Shiqi smiled gently and made a pleased gesture. Lung Shiqi brought Delta Origi to his small courtyard, which was still taken care of while he was away. The entire small courtyard was decorated very delicately. Although the place was not big, it was very comfortable. Greetings, master. 2 servant disciples, Aze and Ajin, who took care of the small courtyard, came up to greet him. Well, go ahead. Lung Shiqi greeted them and walked into the room with Delta Origi. As soon as he entered the room, Delta Origi immediately asked, "When did you break through?" Lung Shiqi smiled in his heart. Delta Origi was still so strong. About 2 months ago. Since he broke through, it took him a month to rush back to the Donglin County branch from the demon-suppressing town. Then, it took him nearly a month to wait for the illusory spirit secret realm to open. It took him another 10 days to come from Donglin County to the general pavilion. Counting the days, it was almost 3 months. Delta Origi murmured, "You're still earlier than me." Lung Shiqi knew that the Delta Origi would say this, but before he could say anything, the Delta Origi spoke again. "I heard that you went to the Donglin County branch. Not bad. You must have seen a lot of interesting things." Delta Origi's tone contained a hint of yearning. Lung Shiqi suddenly remembered that Delta Origi had been cultivating in the Blood Cloak Pavilion ever since they came out of the Blood Fog Island. She would definitely know how big this world was, and how exciting it was through reading the books. However, she was like a canary in a cage. Although she had plenty of resources and guidance from Sky Origin stage cultivators, she had no freedom at all. Including the time he spent on the Blood Fog Island, Gusan should have not left for almost 3 years. Lung Shiqi's heart skipped a beat. Thinking about it, it was actually a good thing that he was transferred to the Donglin County branch. So he said, "I did learn a lot, but the outside world is also full of dangers. If you're not careful, you'll be smashed to pieces. Aren't you doing well? You even broke through to the spiritual pulse stage earlier than me." Delta Origi's words sounded strange. Lung Shiqi touched his nose. "Why did they go back to the topic?" Delta Origi said. "So I'm curious. What have you experienced?" Lung Shiqi organized his words and replied, "Actually, it's nothing. After I arrived at the Donglin County branch, I took a task." Next, Lung Shiqi roughly told her what he had experienced. He hit a few great dangers and only said that he survived because of luck. He did not tell the complete truth about Nine Leaf. He only said that she was a strange demon beast who had gained intelligence in advance. After all, Nine Leaf's existence was too shocking. Without Nine Leaf's permission, he did not dare to reveal Nine Leaf's true identity. Even so, Delta Origi's emotions fluctuated. She was silent for a while before sighing slightly. "You've experienced life and death several times outside. It's natural for you to have such cultivation." Delta Origi was a very shrewd person. Even though Lung Shiqi deliberately hid some things, she could vaguely guess. Lung Shiqi changed the topic and asked, "Then why don't you go out and do a few tasks?" "It's because of my master, Bone Demon." Delta Origi actually had a hint of complaint when she mentioned Bone Demon. "He made me unable to finish my apprenticeship before I reached the spiritual pulse stage. I finally broke through to the spiritual pulse stage a month ago, but he insisted that I practice several cultivation methods and spiritual techniques. It was not until these 2 days that I finally finished my apprenticeship. Although my cultivation is at the spiritual pulse stage, my blood droplets are empty. I can't be promoted to the blood-clothed assassin. I originally planned to take missions to accumulate blood droplets and go out for a walk. I just happened to hear Master mention that you're back, so I came to take a look." Hearing this, Lung Shiqi secretly thought that Delta Origi was facing the same awkward situation as him. He said, "Your current identity is still a black-clothed assassin. You can only take 1 or 2-star missions. These missions can at most give you between 50 to 60 blood droplets. If that's the case, you'll have to do at least 10 to 20 missions to be promoted to the blood-clothed assassin." Delta Origi nodded and said, "I know. That's why I came to find you." Lung Shiqi paused for a moment. Then he thought of a possibility. "Sure enough," Delta Origi said, "you're now a blood-clothed assassin. You can take 3 or 4-star missions. You can take missions and we'll finish them together. Then you can split the blood droplets with me. This way, it'll be much faster." Lung Shiqi had to admit that this was indeed a good idea. In other words, it was a bit like taking a smurf to do missions. The only difference was that this smurf was also very strong. However, Lung Shiqi did not immediately agree. Instead, he looked hesitant. Gusan naturally knew what Lung Shiqi was thinking. She lightly snorted and said, "You're a guy who doesn't wake up early if there are no benefits. I've cultivated a lot of spirit skills at Master's place. Among them, I can't teach you anything related to Master, but I can teach you the rest." "Deal." Lung Shiqi agreed very quickly. Delta Origi. Not long after, Lung Shiqi came to the blood-clothed palace again. However, Delta Origi did not come in. This was because only blood-clothed assassins could enter this place. Even Delta Origi, the direct disciple of Bone Demon, could not enter. Lung Shiqi came here to take missions. He had discussed with Delta Origi that it would be best to take missions that were closer to him and had more blood droplets. He carefully looked around a few black-veined stone slabs in the corner of the Bloodkill Palace. These slabs were filled with 3- and 4-star missions. The 3-star missions were mainly targeted at Spirit Pulse early or mid-Spirit Pulse realm cultivators, while the 4-star missions were targeted at Spirit Pulse late-stage cultivators or Spirit Pulse realm cultivators with special identities. Lung Shiqi did not become arrogant. He planned to take a 3-star mission to try his hand at it. He walked around twice and chose 3 or 4 suitable missions. They were all within the Muchin region and had around 200 blood droplets. Just as he was about to take a mission, another mission suddenly appeared on the black-veined stone slab. Lung Shiqi's attention was drawn over. It was a 4-star mission, but the target of the mission was a spirit cultivator at the early stage of the Spirit Pulse realm. Furthermore, it was someone who had some relationship with Lung Shiqi. Mission target: abandoned disciple of the Thousand Illusion Sword Sect, OZU. Chapter 278. Many people saw the mission information, but everyone who saw it was in disbelief. OZU's name was known even in Mukin County. He was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect, one of the 8 desolate weapon arts. Who would dare to issue a mission to assassinate him? This was equivalent to breaking the foundation of the next generation of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect. However, what was even more unbelievable was that the mission information actually said traitor of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect. In other words, OZU had betrayed the sect. This was even more inconceivable. For OZU, he was like the moon surrounded by stars in the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect. The sect would definitely pour a lot of resources and effort into him to nurture him. Moreover, they had heard that he had obtained the inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace's cultivation technique. His cultivation future was simply bright. It was even possible for him to control the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect in the future. Such a person would betray the sect? Was he crazy? Just as everyone was in a daze, Lung Shiqi quickly accepted the mission. He had met OZU a few times before and knew that OZU was also at the first level of the Spirit Pulse realm. Even if he was a disciple of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect, Lung Shiqi was confident that he could kill him. Moreover, the reward for this mission was extremely generous. Not only were there hundreds of spirit stones and 300 drops of blood, there was also a meridian opening pill. Of course, these were not the most important things. The most important thing was the inheritance of OZU's cultivation technique. He had another part of the Divine Illusion Spirit technique on him. If OZU was still a disciple of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect, Lung Shiqi would have almost no chance of obtaining another cultivation technique. But now, OZU had actually become a traitor of the Thousand Illusionary Sword Sect. Although he did not know the reason, he could openly make a move. This mission could not only help the Delta Origi obtain a large number of blood drops, but it was also possible to obtain another powerful cultivation technique. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing that Lung Shiqi had accepted the mission, some of the surrounding people regretted it. This mission was not difficult, but it was already a 4-star mission. Moreover, if they could kill a peerless genius with their own hands, it would be a great honor. Unfortunately, Lung Shiqi was 1 step ahead. Since the mission had been accepted, the others could only shake their heads and disperse. In the blood clothing pavilion, disputes over missions were not allowed. This was the basic rule. Lung Shiqi walked out of the Bloodcloth Palace with the mission and the basic information related to the mission. At this time, Delta Orgi was still waiting outside. Seeing Lung Shiqi come out, she was a little unhappy. Why are you so slow? I received a special mission. Lung Shiqi pretended to be mysterious. Delta Orgi asked, special? How many stars is this mission? 4-star. Delta Orgi was surprised. A 4-star mission? We are going to assassinate a spirit cultivator at the late stage of the spirit pulse realm. Are you that confident? Let's talk as we walk. Lung Shiqi and Delta Orgi walked to the exit of the blood clothing pavilion. At the same time, he gave the information of the mission to Delta Orgi. Although this mission is listed as a 4-star mission, the target's cultivation is only at the first level of the spirit pulse realm, the same as you and me. He is Ozu of the Thousand Illusion Sword Sect. Delta Orgi asked, Ozu? The one you mentioned before. The one who obtained the Divine Illusion Palace's inheritance technique, Ozu? That's right. Delta Orgi nodded, and then looked at the information Lung Shiqi gave her. This information roughly described the reason why Ozu betrayed the sect and his current location. In Lung Shiqi's opinion, the reason why Ozu betrayed the sect was a little melodramatic. Ozu actually fell in love with a demonic Dao witch. A peerless genius from a top faction fell in love with a demonic Dao witch. This kind of thing might be written by many storytellers, but it really happened. According to the information, Ozu actually fell in love with a disciple of the Purgatory Demon sect from the 6 Paths of Demon Realm, who was ranked on the world's sect list. Although devil cultivators were not welcomed on this continent, it was not to the point where everyone wanted to beat them up. The 6 Paths of Demon Realm's Devil Dao sect was also a place that many spirit cultivators yearned for. However, the Purgatory Demon sect and the Thousand Illusion Sword sect had never been on good terms. Although they could not be said to be mortal enemies, they definitely did not have good words to say when they met. However, the leader of the younger generation of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect, Ozu, actually fell in love with a disciple of the Purgatory Demon sect, and she was only an ordinary outer disciple. Originally, this matter was handled internally by the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. It was nothing more than wanting Ozu to completely break off his relationship with that woman. Lung Shiqi even imagined a lot of plots, but somehow it had developed to this point. Now that the news had spread like wildfire, the Thousand Illusion Sword sect had lost all face. Lung Shiqi guessed that the mission to assassinate Ozu was most likely issued by the Thousand Illusion Sword sect themselves. The Thousand Illusion Sword sect maintained their status. On the surface, they only expelled Ozu from the sect, and did not send anyone to kill him. However, it was not necessarily the case in the dark. No one knew about the hidden matters between the Thousand Illusion Sword sect and Ozu, or between Ozu and the Devil Dao witch. Lung Shiqi only knew that Ozu had become his assassination target, and had escaped all the way to Wuxia County. According to the information, Ozu had appeared near the Southern God Peak in Wuxia County 3 days ago. Delta Orgi quickly finished reading the information. She asked with some doubt, Southern God Peak? Lung Shiqi said, What's wrong? What's so special about this Southern God Peak? It's nothing. I usually like to read some miscellaneous books, so I have some impression of this Southern God Peak. It is said that every once in a while, a strange phenomenon will appear on the Southern God Peak. It is like a miracle, which is how it got its name. It is just that for so many years, no heavenly treasures have appeared there, so people are used to it. However, most people who come to Wuxia County for the first time will go to see it. Lung Shiqi nodded gently and secretly glanced at Delta Orgi. She had never left the blood clothing pavilion, but she knew so much about the outside world. It could be seen how much she yearned for the outside world. He said, Ozu appeared there 3 days ago, and the Southern God Peak is not close. Even if we travel day and night, it will take 3 or 4 days to reach it. As a result, we have been delayed for 7 or 8 days. I don't even know where Ozu went. Delta Orgi also felt that it was a bit tricky. Then what should we do? Let's go to Nantua City near the Southern God Peak first. There will be an intelligence stronghold of the sect there. Let's go there and get the latest information first. Okay, you have experience. I'll listen to you. Hearing this, Lung Shiqi couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Since he became an assassin, he had completed 1.5 missions at most. He really didn't have much experience. Chapter 279. 3 days later, an old man with a rather strong body brought a young girl with an ordinary face and slightly dark skin to Nanta City. The old man was holding a map and looking at it seriously, as if he was looking for something. The young girl's bright eyes looked around, full of curiosity. These two people were Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi in disguise. Because Delta Origi was still young, in order not to attract attention, she used the breath-concealing technique to hide her cultivation to the peak of the pure spirit realm. Lung Shiqi put away the map and looked at Delta Origi beside him, revealing a kind smile and said, "Little Gu, come this way with Grandpa." Delta Origi heard this and immediately glared at Lung Shiqi, then held Lung Shiqi's waist and said, "Grandpa, you're old, I'll help you walk." However, her nails had already sunk deep into Lung Shiqi's back. Even though Lung Shiqi's body was not weak, he still grimaced in pain. Delta Origi sneered and let go of her hand. "What are you doing?" Lung Shiqi bit his gums and said, "We have to hide our identities." Delta Origi said innocently, "We have to hide our identities. Won't it be more realistic if I help you?" Okay, real. Lung Shiqi nodded helplessly, then brought Delta Origi to a dilapidated restaurant in a remote part of the city. This was the Blood Garment Pavilion's intelligence base in Nanta City. After a secret signal, a person dressed as a manservant welcomed them in. After passing through 2 secret doors, the manservant bowed and said, "This humble one, Dai Bin, greets the 2 esteemed envoys." Lung Shiqi said straightforwardly, "I want the latest information on OZU." "So the 2 esteemed envoys are here for OZU. This humble one has already sorted out the information. This is the latest information that was sorted out this morning. Please take a look." Dai Bin picked up the 2 pieces of information on the table. This is the information on OZU's cultivation method and spirit technique, and the other is the information on his whereabouts. Very good. Lung Shiqi took the report. "How much?" Dai Bin chuckled. "Envoy, you really understand me. These 2 pieces of information only cost 2 spirit stones." Lung Shiqi felt that it was a little expensive, but thinking that OZU's identity was extraordinary, it was not easy to have such detailed information about him. Thus, he took out 2 spirit stones without hesitation. Dai Bin took the spirit stones happily and said, "Emissary, I have some information to give you." "Oh, I'm all ears." Actually, the 2 emissaries are not the only ones who want OZU's life. Lung Shiqi was a little puzzled. In Mukin County, there are still people who dare to steal our Blood Garment Pavilion's business? Although the Blood Garment Pavilion was the most powerful assassin force in the entire Thunderfire dynasty, the dynasty was vast and had abundant resources. Even the Blood Garment Pavilion could not take over such a large place. Therefore, there were also some small and medium-sized assassin forces in the Thunderfire dynasty, but they could only drink the leftover soup of the Blood Garment Pavilion. If OZU appeared in other prefectures, it was possible that another assassin force was involved. However, this was Mukin County. It was where the Blood Garment Pavilion's main pavilion was located. Which blind assassin force would dare to interfere? Dai Bin replied, "That's not the case. It's mainly because some rogue cultivators covet OZU's cultivation method, spirit technique, and cultivation resources. In addition, there are also a few small forces that are secretly inquiring about OZU." Lung Shiqi nodded in understanding. Now the news of OZU's betrayal had spread. Without the powerful back mountain of the 1,000 illusionary sword sect, his cultivation was only at the first level of the spirit vein realm, but he had many high-level cultivation methods and spirit techniques. Naturally, he would attract many wolves. This information is very useful. Goodbye. Lung Shiqi felt that the 2 spirit stones were worth it. If he deliberately lowered the price, he would definitely be able to do so. However, he would not be able to get the information after that. Dai Bin smiled and said, "Welcome again, esteemed envoy." After leaving the small restaurant, Delta Origi said, It seems that we need to move faster. You're right. Although those rogue cultivators and small forces do not have detailed information, they might be able to find OZU with their numbers. By the way, why are only rogue cultivators and small forces secretly chasing after OZU? Why don't those large forces make a move? Delta Origi had such a question in her heart. Leng Shiqi explained. Of course they want to make a move. However, it's easy to determine the cultivation methods and spirit techniques of those large sect's disciples. Although OZU has been expelled from the sect by the Thousand Illusionary Sword sect, if a certain force openly assassinated OZU, it would still be equivalent to slapping the Thousand Illusionary Sword sect's face. Of course, another important reason is that this is Mukin County. The large forces of the other provinces and counties do not dare to ignore the Blood Robe Pavilion and easily set foot here. And those small forces that came to kill OZU are probably the local forces of Mukin County. Delta Origi had never left the Blood Robe Pavilion, so she was not very clear about some of the unspoken rules between the various forces. He muttered, "So that's how it is." Then, the two of them walked into an alley and began to check on OZU's information. Leng Shiqi was very surprised. OZU was still in the Southern Divine Peak. In other words, OZU had been in the Southern Divine Peak for 7 or 8 days. What was a fugitive like him doing here instead of running away? Doesn't he know that someone will come to kill him? No. Leng Shiqi quickly rejected this idea. In the illusory spirit secret realm, he had been in close contact with OZU. Although they did not say anything, he could see that OZU was also a shrewd person. He had the inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace, and no longer had the backing of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. There were many people who wanted to kill him. Delta Origi said at this time. There must be a deeper meaning for him to come to the Southern Divine Peak. Maybe there is something in the Southern Divine Peak that attracted him, so much so that he took the great risk to stay here. It's very possible, Leng Shiqi continued. There is no time to lose. Let's go to the Southern Divine Peak now. Let's go. The Southern Divine Peak was quite famous in the entire Mukin County. At the peak, every 2 or 3 months, there would be thousands of dreamy streaks of light flashing. It could be said to be a miracle. Anyone who passed through Mukin County would come here to take a look at this place, to see this wonderful scene. The Southern Divine Peak was 100 li away from Nantua City. By the time Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi arrived, it was already late at night. But even so, the small town at the foot of the mountain was still brightly lit. Leng Shiqi asked around and found out that according to the frequency of the phenomena in the Southern Divine Peak, these 2 days would be the time when the phenomena would appear again. So many people had gathered here to go up the mountain to take a look. This time, Leng Shiqi had a bit of a headache. Now that there were many people gathered at the Southern Divine Peak, there must be people who came to assassinate OZU mixed in. Delta Origi also realized that they were in trouble. They looked at each other and decided to go up the mountain overnight. Chapter 280. The Southern Divine Peak towered into the clouds, and the mountain path was extremely rugged. However, under the night sky, there were still figures entering the mountain. Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi were 2 of them. The night was no longer an obstacle for spirit cultivators in the Spirit Pulse realm. The 2 of them quickly passed through the forest like cheetahs, constantly approaching the peak. Shwa! Leng Shiqi suddenly stopped in his tracks. Delta Origi also stopped, but she did not ask. She knew that Leng Shiqi must have his reasons for doing so. Leng Shiqi said in a low voice, "There's movement." Immediately, the veins at the corner of his eyes bulged, and his eyes turned green and white. He activated Byakugan. Delta Origi looked at this pair of eyes. She had seen Leng Shiqi activate Byakugan on the last floor of the blood-colored tower, but at that time, her attention was on fusing with the blood beast, so she did not observe carefully. In Leng Shiqi's vision, he quickly discovered that there were people fighting 3 miles away. Their cultivation was at the early stage of the Spirit Pulse realm. 2 of them were working together to kill the other person. Leng Shiqi immediately said, "Let's go take a look. Maybe we can get some different information." With that, he directly pulled Delta Origi's wrist and sank into the ground. Delta Origi knew that Lung Shiqi had such a strange method, but it was her first time experiencing it, so she could not help but be a little surprised. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the vicinity of the battlefield. In the battle, the two people who worked together wore the same clothes and both used blades. The blade chi contained traces of the soft power of water, so they must be from some sect. The person who was surrounded had inferior and complicated spiritual techniques, and looked like a rogue cultivator. At this time, there were already several wounds on his body, and he was bitterly holding on. In the same realm, rogue cultivators were originally weaker than spirit cultivators. Now that he was surrounded by two people, if this person did not have the means to escape, he would die here sooner or later. Lung Shiqi whispered. Those two people should be from the third-rate force, Horizontal Water Fortress. Are they also here for Oziu? Delta Origi asked. It's possible. Let's wait and see. On the other side, under the pressure of the two traversing water stronghold people, the rogue cultivator had already revealed a somewhat desperate expression. One of them immediately said arrogantly, if a little rogue cultivator dares to follow us? You're courting death. Senior brother Zhanfang, why waste your breath on him? Let's kill him and continue looking for Oziu. Zhanfang said meaningfully. That's true, but junior brother He Li, this person's things. He Li immediately smiled and said, of course senior brother Zhanfang will choose first. That rogue cultivator was clearly not dead yet, but they were discussing how to distribute his resources, which made the rogue cultivator both shocked and angry. The rogue cultivator shouted, You've gone too far. Zhanfang and He Li looked at each other and laughed out loud. They did not put the rogue cultivator in their eyes at all. Following that, two sharp saber beams slashed out. The saber aura carried an unending intent, as it was about to tear the rogue cultivator into pieces. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Or rather, a sword beam appeared first. That sword beam was like a shooting star in the dark night, easily breaking Zhanfang and He Li's saber beams. Who is it? The two of them were shocked. Someone actually came out to cause trouble at this time. And that sword beam just now didn't seem to be very powerful, but it was able to easily shatter their saber beams. This was not simple. The person who came was most likely a middle stage, or even a late stage spirit cultivator. At this moment, a figure carrying an ink-colored spirit sword slowly walked over. With every step he took, the killing intent on his body became more obvious. Furthermore, his killing intent was locked onto Zhanfang and He Li. Zhanfang immediately shouted, Who are you? How dare you interfere with our horizontal water fortress? However, before he could finish his sentence, the other party had already stabbed at him with his sword. This sword was very strange. It did not have any sword chi, sword intent, or sword beam. It was just as fast as a rainbow. What was even stranger was that the sword actually flashed with a blurry light. Following that, the sword blade pierced through Zhanfang's throat. Instant kill with one sword. This person was naturally Lung Shiqi. The sword technique he used just now was the very ordinary startling rainbow sword style, but when he stabbed with his sword, he used two spiritual techniques at the same time. To be more precise, it was two illusions. Soul intimidation technique and heart seizing technique. When he went to save Nine Leave in Donglin County, Nine Leave had controlled 3 disciples of the Extreme Fire Manor in an instant, allowing Lung Shiqi to kill them in 2 moves. Since then he had been wondering if he could do the same. Coincidentally, he had learned several illusions in the illusory spirit secret realm, including the soul intimidation technique and the heart seizing technique. The soul intimidation technique was an illusion that could intimidate the soul. It could infinitely magnify the deepest fear in your heart, causing the victim to fall into a deep fear. The heart seizing technique would make the victim think that their heart had been taken away. What would happen to a person without a heart? They would die. Therefore, the person who was hit by the heart seizing technique would be stiff and unable to move. When Lung Shiqi stabbed with his sword, he used these 2 illusions on Zhanfang at the same time. These 2 illusions had already been cultivated to the great perfection realm by Lung Shiqi, and could be activated in an instant. In addition, Lung Shiqi's mental strength was abnormally strong. Not only did he have the spiritual illusion realm, but he had also recently absorbed the souls of several spiritual pulse realm cultivators. His mental strength was so strong that even a spiritual pulse realm cultivator in the late stage might not be comparable to him. In addition, he had already opened 9 spiritual pulses of the 5-God flowing light technique, which greatly increased the power of his illusions. In an instant, Zhan Feng was hit by 2 illusions at the same time. Therefore, Zhan Feng was killed in an instant without even using his protective spirit qi. Zhan Feng slowly fell to the ground with a frightened expression. Lung Shiqi took the opportunity to hook his mustard seed bag. Then a light green soul that others could not see entered his body. This sudden turn of events left He Li and the rogue cultivator dumbfounded. The first to react was the rogue cultivator. He exclaimed and turned to run. However, Lung Shiqi took a few steps and placed the ink jade sword on his neck. As for He Li, he also woke up at this time. He also knew that what he had to do now was to escape. However, a bone sword stopped him. A dark-skinned girl holding a bone sword came towards him. The bone sword exuded a dense cold aura. Before it even got close, it made people feel cold all over. This cold was not caused by cold air, but the kind of cold that was similar to that of a corpse. A light blue protective spirit qi immediately appeared around He Li's body. With a slash of the spirit sword in his hand, 3 ripple-like sword rays whizzed out. Delta Origi's left hand reached out, and her entire arm instantly turned gray. Immediately, white bone claws appeared and directly shattered the 3 sword rays. He Li still wanted to resist, but his body suddenly froze and his eyes dimmed. Immediately, Delta Origi's bone sword pierced his heart. Chapter 281. Delta Origi said with a little displeasure. I can also kill him. Let's end the battle quickly. Lung Shiqi said. Just now, it was because he had used the illusion to control He Li again that he was easily stabbed to death by Delta Origi. When the rogue cultivator saw that the 2 people from the transverse water stronghold had died, he felt a wave of joy in his heart. Just now they wanted to kill him and share his resources, but now, they were the ones who died. However, although this person was happy, he was not happy, because his life was still in the hands of others. It was just a change of 2 people. Moreover, the 2 of them could kill the people from the transverse water stronghold in the blink of an eye. Of course, they could kill him easily. Sir, how should I address you? Lung Shiqi asked him in an old man's voice. Ping Buohong. Lung Shiqi asked. What are you doing at the southern divine peak? Ping Buohong had just opened his mouth to say something when the black jade sword on his neck emitted a faint sword qi and cut through his skin. Ping Buohong's heart trembled, and he immediately dispelled what he was about to say. I'm here to kill Oziu. Lung Shiqi thought to himself. As expected. Then he sneered. However, with your little ability, even if you meet Oziu, you're just here to die. Ping Buohong's face turned green and red, but what Lung Shiqi said was the truth. So he could only say, I still have 3 good friends. We'll split up and look for Oziu's traces. I originally wanted to follow the people from the transverse water stronghold, to see if I could get any useful information, but I didn't expect to be discovered by them long ago. Then you don't know where Oziu is. Lung Shiqi's tone was a little cold. Ping Buohong immediately denied it. No, following these 2 people still has some gains. They said that many people have already set up an ambush at the peak. As long as Oziu appears, they will definitely be able to capture him alive. Therefore, Oziu is definitely not at the peak right now. The southern spirit peak was so big that it would be hard to find him even if he excluded the peak. Lung Shiqi knew that he wouldn't be able to get any valuable information from this Ping Buohong. At this moment, Delta Origi said, Do you know how many people are coming to kill Oziu? Ping Buohong paused and said, I don't know the exact number, but from what I know, there are over 100 loose cultivators, and the number is increasing every day. Just the rogue cultivators alone numbered in the hundreds. There were also people from other small factions that were not included. These people were all at the Spirit Pulse realm. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi's faces darkened. Their goal was to assassinate Oziu. Of course, It would be best if they could capture him alive. However, there were still so many spirit cultivators in front of them. The difficulty of this mission had already far exceeded that of a 4-star mission. Seeing that Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi were silent, Ping Bohong whispered, "Then can I go now?" "Sure, have a safe journey." After a few breaths of time, Leng Shiqi familiarly dealt with the 3 corpses and absorbed their remnant souls. Delta Origi said in a deep voice, "What should we do? The more we delay, the less likely we will be able to complete the mission." "That's right, unless we can find Ozu first." Leng Shiqi also felt that this matter was not easy to handle. Fortunately, he still had a stupid method. "You have a way?" Delta Origi understood the meaning behind Leng Shiqi's words. Leng Shiqi pointed at his eyes and said, "My eyes can see the spirit energy aura within a few miles. I have seen Ozu before and know his spirit energy aura. Next, we will search area by area. As long as he is sure to be in the Southern God Peak, we will be able to find him sooner or later. It's just that the Southern God Peak is too big, and Ozu is not standing still, so this is just the stupidest method." Since the supercilious eyes had already been seen by Delta Origi, he had nothing to hide. When Delta Origi heard this, she stared at Leng Shiqi's eyes for a while. "Your eyes are really amazing. Together with your Earth Escape technique, it is really an excellent assassination spirit technique. Although this method is a little stupid, it is the only way. I will have to trouble you." She knew that maintaining this kind of magical eye technique would definitely consume a lot of energy. Leng Shiqi shook his head indifferently. Then, like a moving radar, he opened his supercilious eyes and wandered around the Southern God Peak. However, all the way until dawn, they still had nothing to show for it. Even Leng Shiqi began to suspect that Ozu had already left the Southern God Peak. Delta Origi also said helplessly, "Let's rest for a while first. Ozu has been in the Southern God Peak for so long without being discovered. He must have some concealment methods. Since you can't find him, others won't be able to find him either." Leng Shiqi closed his supercilious eyes. Even though his mental strength was incomparably strong, he still felt a little lightheaded at this moment. Just as Leng Shiqi wanted to rest for a while, the sky suddenly lit up. Following that, countless dazzling rays of light of various colors sprinkled down, bathing the entire Southern God Peak in a rainbow-colored rain. It was so beautiful that it was unforgettable. Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi stood quietly. The light seemed to have a magical power that calmed their anxious hearts. Delta Origi murmured, "So beautiful." "Yeah. Let's go to the peak and take a look." "Ozu, you can't." "Okay, let's go." Leng Shiqi suddenly changed his tone halfway. Just now he almost became a steel-straight man. The two of them walked side by side. Their speed was not fast, and they met many people along the way. Basically, they were a man and a woman. However, Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi were disguised as grandfather and grandson. In the eyes of others, it was a grandfather who brought his granddaughter to broaden her horizons. The higher they went, the denser the dazzling colors in the sky. It was even a little dazzling. Moreover, those streams of light were constantly changing, like tens of thousands of white clouds forming all kinds of shapes, which made people marvel. When Leng Shiqi and Delta Origi arrived at the peak, there were already 200 to 300 people gathered here. These people were all intoxicated by the thousands of streams of light. Strangely, at this moment, the 5-God flowing light technique in Leng Shiqi's body actually began to circulate on its own. Leng Shiqi was shocked. His eyes flashed as he carefully looked at the countless colorful lights in the sky. This seemed to be similar to the scene in the illusory spirit secret realm. He vaguely guessed why Ozu would come here. There must be something related to the Divine Dream Palace on the Southern God Peak. In other words, Ozu was very likely here. Thinking of this, Leng Shiqi immediately put on a wide cloak to cover the upper half of his face. Seeing his actions, Delta Origi also restrained her thoughts. Then Leng Shiqi activated his supercilious eyes. In the next moment, he found the aura that he had been searching for a long time in the crowd. Ozu. Chapter 282. Lung Shiqi finally found Oziyu's aura through the supercilious eyes. However, when he looked at Oziyu, he saw a woman. A woman in her 30s or 40s with an ordinary appearance. Lung Shiqi blinked hard, afraid that he had seen wrongly. At this moment, he finally understood why no one had found Oziyu in the southern god peak for such a long time. He was a young man disguised as a middle-aged woman. Who could find him? And if nothing went wrong, Oziyu had always been near the peak. With his current appearance, no matter how many people were lying in ambush at the peak, it was impossible for them to think that he was Oziyu. Therefore, Lung Shiqi had directly ruled out the peak area last night. If it wasn't for the strange phenomenon in the sky, he probably wouldn't have come here. Delta Origi noticed Lung Shiqi's strange behavior and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" "I've found Oziyu." Lung Shiqi quietly pointed at a person. Delta Origi's expression changed. She looked in the direction Lung Shiqi was pointing at, but she didn't see Oziyu. She quickly realized that Oziyu must have disguised his appearance, so she couldn't tell which one was Oziyu. Lung Shiqi could only say, "It's that woman." Delta Origi raised her eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged woman with an ordinary appearance. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Are you sure you didn't see wrongly? A person's appearance can be changed, but the aura of the spiritual power in their body can't be changed. It's indeed him. You didn't expect him to disguise himself as a woman, did you?" "Yes," Delta Origi said. "And it's so delicate. Whether it's his appearance or his body shape, you can't tell that he's actually a young man." Just as they focused their attention on Oziyu and were about to find an opportunity to make a move, a loud shout came from not far away. "Oziyu, where are you running to?" Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi were both shocked. Did the others also discover Oziyu? However, to their surprise, Oziyu also appeared on the other side. As soon as Oziyu appeared, he immediately ran down the mountain. It seemed that his speed was not slow. Shwa. Among the people who were watching the phenomenon of heaven and earth, 90% of them turned their heads at the same time and swarmed out to chase after Oziyu. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi froze for a moment, but an idea immediately emerged in their minds. Luring the tiger away from the mountain. The Oziyu who had just appeared was definitely fake. His appearance was to lure away all the people who were chasing after Oziyu. The two of them tacitly retreated to make way for the others. In the blink of an eye, there were only a dozen people left on the mountain peak. Other than the Lung Shiqi and the Delta Origi, the other 10 or so people were all below the celestial realm. Clearly, they were here to admire the phenomenon. At this moment, many colorful flowers suddenly sprouted from the ground of the mountain peak. They looked even more beautiful against the endless stream of light in the sky. Lung Shiqi, on the other hand, was shocked. "It's an illusion." His spiritual power surged, and pure spiritual power gushed out from between his brows, isolating the Delta Origi. As for the others on the mountain peak, they fell to the ground one by one. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi did not need to communicate and fell to the ground as well. At this moment, there was only a middle-aged woman left on the mountain peak. Seeing that everyone had either left or fallen to the ground, she quickly walked to the edge of the cliff and quickly formed a seal with her hands. Following that, streams of light emitted from this person's body, and they actually intertwined with the light in the sky. The aura of this middle-aged woman continued to rise, and soon reached the peak of the first level of the spirit pulse realm. Immediately, a soft sound came from Oziyu's body. His cultivation had broken through to the second level of the spirit pulse realm. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi both noticed this. They knew that they could not delay any longer. Oziyu did not know how to increase his cultivation so quickly, but the higher his cultivation, the more difficult it would be for Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi to kill him. At this moment, two figures stabbed at Oziyu from the left and right. Lung Shiqi's black jade sword was wreaking havoc. The invisible meridian-piercing sword chi and the faint blue frost sword chi intertwined with each other, creating an unparalleled momentum. Delta Origi's 3,000 black hair turned into a head of silver hair. Her figure looked even thinner, but her cultivation aura skyrocketed. Her bone sword carried a dense aura of death as it pierced through the night sky towards Oziyu. Oziyu, who was absorbing the seven-colored light, did not expect that someone would ambush him at this moment. However, he never let his guard down. Oziu pointed his finger at the sky, and then lightly tapped it down. Rays of 7-colored light shot down, and turned into an exceptionally gorgeous 7-colored rain that enveloped the two of them. However, this exceptionally beautiful rain was filled with destructive murderous intent. Lung Shiqi did not expect Oziu to be able to borrow the 7-colored light in the sky. He instantly activated the demonic beast blood pattern armor, and attached 18 demonic patterns to the black jade sword. In the next moment, over 100 different sword chis surged out, forming a huge vortex that wiped out an unknown amount of 7-colored flowing light. On the other side, several white bone shields appeared around Delta Origi's body to protect her. After one attack failed, Oziu unsheathed his spirit sword. He was an outstanding disciple of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. Of course, he was best at swordsmanship. And Oziu's spirit sword was also a level 5 spirit weapon. Oziu gently waved his spirit sword, and in an instant, a dazzling sword light streaked across the night sky. The sword light suddenly split into 2, and then into 4. In the blink of an eye, sword light filled the sky and sprinkled down. Lung Shiqi's eyes narrowed. He knew that most of these sword lights were just illusions, but it was this combination of real and fake that was the most troublesome. Fortunately, Lung Shiqi was also proficient in illusion techniques. His majestic mental strength continued to surge, and in his eyes, the sword light that filled the sky dissipated by more than half. He sheathed his sword and swapped it for a saber. Then hundreds of green saber lights whizzed out and swallowed all the sword lights. Oziu frowned. He sensed that Lung Shiqi was difficult to deal with, and then turned his gaze to Delta Origi. This time Oziu finally moved. He came with his sword in hand, and his figure was constantly changing. Every time he took a step, a 9-petaled 7-colored lotus flower would appear under his feet. In an instant, a huge lotus flower completely condensed from sword chi suddenly appeared. Oziu pointed the tip of his sword, and the huge 7-colored lotus flower began to spin crazily. Countless 7-colored sword chi shot out, and a layer of the ground on the peak was cut off. Such a powerful sword technique was actually used by Oziu, a spirit cultivator at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. It was unbelievable. Lung Shiqi suddenly had a thought. If Oziu could borrow the 7-colored light, why couldn't he? Then Lung Shiqi changed the cultivation technique in his body to the 5-god flowing light technique. He immediately sensed the power of the flowing light in the sky clearly. Facing the endless lotus sword chi, Lung Shiqi tilted his black jade sword. With a shake of his body, dozens of 7-colored illusions were scattered. Immediately, the 7-colored sword chi that blotted out the sky and covered the earth erupted. When Oziu saw this, he exclaimed, "You are Wuxia." Chapter 283. The energy in Lung Shiqi's sword chi was actually of the same origin as Oziu's lotus sword chi. The gigantic rainbow lotus in the sky and Lung Shiqi's rainbow sword chi devoured each other, and neither could do anything to the other. When Lung Shiqi heard Oziu say the word Swordsmanship, his heart skipped a beat. He circulated the 5-god flowing light technique with all his might, and his body lit up with a faint 5-colored light, confirming his identity. Oziu bathed in the 7-colored light and laughed. "Ha ha ha, Wuxia, you want to obtain the inheritance of my cultivation technique, but I also want to obtain your cultivation technique. This place is specially designed to cultivate the 1,000 revolutions illusory world technique. It is my home ground." Hearing this, Lung Shiqi also realized that although he could also mobilize the 7-colored light, it was much less than Oziu's. He simulated the voice of Wuxia and said, "Oziu, even if you are stronger than me, it will be very difficult for you to defeat me in a short period of time. With such a big commotion here, the people you deliberately lured away will return very quickly. At that time, even if you can activate the power of the 7-colored light, you won't be able to survive the siege of hundreds of spirit cultivators." Oziu obviously realized this as well. He retracted his smile and a complicated expression flashed across his eyes. "You're right, but if it really comes to that, I'll reveal your identity. At most, we'll die together. Lung Shiqi silently gave Delta Origi a look, telling her not to act rashly. He said to Oziu, "Then why do we have to fight to the death here? Since you're here, it means that you've made other discoveries after leaving the illusory spirit realm. Why don't you share it with me? If you have any conditions, feel free to state them." Oziu muttered to himself and said, "It's not impossible to share, but you have to give me a portion of the cultivation technique you obtained first." "And who is this girl? She's already at the spirit pulse realm at such a young age. And her combat strength is also very astonishing. What is her identity?" Delta Origi raised her head and said, "Listen carefully, Oziu was waiting for the next part. Most of his attention was on the Delta Origi. At this moment, 3 blood tattoos appeared on Lung Shiqi's forehead, and a silver-white cape appeared behind him. He used the Serene Fiend blood tattoo and the Holy Silver Deer's Beast Chi battle tattoo. He held the Qinglin saber in his hand, and turned into a black and white phantom, directly arriving in front of Oziu. Oziu did not expect the Lung Shiqi to suddenly attack. He roared as if he had gone mad. With a slash of the spirit sword in his hand, the 7-colored light in the air poured down. Thousands of 7-colored sword chi sealed off the entire peak. Even a spirit aperture realm expert would not be able to do such a thing. However, the Lung Shiqi had also attracted a lot of 7-colored light to his body. Just as the boundless sword chi fell, the spirit saber was unsheathed. Among the sword chi that filled the sky, a cold saber light suddenly flashed. That saber light was just a flash. It was not eye-catching at all in the dazzling 7-colored light. However, it was this inconspicuous saber light that instantly shattered all the 7-colored sword chi. Even the streams of light were swept away. A large hole suddenly appeared in the 7-colored sky. It was as if only that saber light was allowed to exist in this world. A flash in the pan. This was the flash in the pan of Lung Shiqi's fusion of the saber drawing technique and the full moon swift slash. With this move, the demonic beast blood tattoo armor, beast chi battle tattoo, and Serene Fiend blood tattoo on Lung Shiqi's body all dissipated. His body suddenly felt weak. This saber contained all his spirit power, strength, blood chi, and spiritual power. Now, the spirit power in his body had been emptied of more than 70 to 80%. On the other side, with a ding sound, the rank 5 spirit sword in Oziu's hand was cut into 2. A slender saber mark appeared on his face, almost splitting his face into 2 halves. Oziu's eyes seemed to have lost their spirit. For a moment he was stunned. If it wasn't for the rank 5 spirit sword blocking for him, his head would have been separated from his body. This Wuxia was actually so strong. Even though he had mobilized the power of the heaven and earth vision, he still almost died at the hands of the other party. As an outstanding disciple of the Thousand Illusions Sword Sect and the inheritance of the Divine Illusion Palace, Oziu naturally had a sense of pride. But now, Lung Shiqi smashed his arrogance to smithereens. Oziu was stunned, but someone else was not. That was Delta Origi. At first, Delta Origi was also shocked by Lung Shiqi's heaven-splitting saber strike. However, Lung Shiqi had given her too many surprises. She already had some resistance, so she quickly reacted. This was the best time to kill Oziu. Delta Origi's entire body emitted cracking sounds as if countless bones were dislocated. Then she actually pulled out her spine from her back. She held the spine like a sword or a whip. Then dozens of weak and boneless sword shadows pierced towards Oziu with a dense aura of death. What was even more terrifying was that those sword shadows actually emitted a faint layer of ghostly fire. Lung Shiqi's heart skipped a beat when he saw this move. The power of this sword move had already far surpassed a rank 4 spiritual skill. It was probably a rank 5 spiritual skill. He couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Having a heavenly origin realm master was indeed different. Oziu finally woke up. When he saw Delta Origi's attack, he immediately exclaimed, "Ghostbone Cold Fire Sword! Who is the Blood Cloak Pavilion's bone devil to you?" Of course, Delta Origi wouldn't answer him. She didn't need to answer a dead person. Oziu wanted to resist, but the colorful light around him had already been swept away by Lung Shiqi. He was now an injured second-level spirit vein realm cultivator. Without a spirit sword, how could he resist Delta Origi's ghost bone cold fire sword? At this moment, a ray of golden light shot out from the east. The sun had come out. Ozu immediately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He muttered, "The time has finally come. I just don't know if it's true or not." Seeing that Delta Origi's sword was about to reach him, he couldn't hesitate anymore. He gritted his teeth and jumped off the cliff. Delta Origi's sword pierced through the air. She couldn't help but frown. Ozu's actions were clearly beyond her expectations. Lung Shiqi swallowed 2 pills to recover his spirit energy in a row, and quickly walked to the edge of the cliff. His white eyes suddenly revealed a look of shock. Delta Origi turned her head and asked, "What did you find?" Lung Shiqi said, "Something's wrong. I don't see Ozu's spirit energy aura. My supercilious eyes can see within a radius of 4 to 5 miles. It's impossible for him to fall so far in such a short period of time." "You mean he disappeared?" Countless possibilities flashed through Lung Shiqi's mind. He thought that Ozu seemed to have muttered something before he jumped off the cliff. And he jumped off the cliff at sunrise. Was this all a coincidence? His eyes flashed as he said to Delta Origi, "Wait for me here." With that, Lung Shiqi also jumped off the cliff. What he didn't expect was that Delta Origi also jumped down. Chapter 284. After Lung Shiqi, Delta Origi, and Ozu all jumped off the cliff, a large group of people rushed back to the peak. These people had been lured away by Ozu from the beginning. That Ozu was very fast, and it took them some effort to catch him. However, they discovered that Ozu was a fake. That person was only wearing a human skin mask that looked exactly like Ozu's face. It was also at that moment that they all sensed the huge spiritual fluctuations coming from the peak, and turned back. Unfortunately, other than a dozen people who had fallen to the ground, there was no one else on the peak. Everyone's faces were filled with the word dumbfounded. Lung Shiqi, Delta Origi, and Ozu were already in a secret realm. After they fell off the cliff, a hole opened at the intersection of the sun's golden light and the 7-colored light. They fell into this secret realm through that hole. This secret realm was not big, only about 5 or 6 miles in radius. Looking at the sky, the secret realm sky was surging with 7-colored light like clouds. In the center of the secret realm, there was a thatched hut, surrounded by some flowers, grass, and fruit trees. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this moment, Ozu was staring at Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi. Lung Shiqi stared at Delta Origi. In Ozu's opinion, he knew the secret here, and at the same time, he dared to jump down because he was gambling. Lung Shiqi and Ozu dared to jump? What lunatics! From Lung Shiqi's point of view, he had guessed that the southern divine peak was related to the illusory spirit secret realm. He and Ozu both had the inheritance of the divine dream palace. Since Ozu dared to jump, he dared to jump as well. However, Delta Origi also jumped down, which really scared him out of his wits. If this secret realm could only accept people with the divine dream palace's cultivation method, Delta Origi would have been smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Delta Origi could enter this secret realm as well. As for Delta Origi, she wasn't that pretentious. She knew Lung Shiqi the best. Since he dared to jump, it meant that there wouldn't be any danger, so she jumped down as well. Therefore, she was also very puzzled. Why was Lung Shiqi staring at her like that? Thus, up until now, the three of them were in a state of confusion. Gu-san was the first to make a move. She held her bone sword, and a faint ghost fire appeared on the blade. She was about to attack. However, Ozu shouted loudly, "Wait!" Ozu's throat was still locked. The tip of the sword was still locked of Ozu's throat. At this moment, Ozu suddenly snapped his fingers. Immediately, the 7-colored stream of light in the sky kept circling above his head. "This place has limitless power for me to use. You are no match for me here." But Ozu pointed at Lung Shiqi and said, "He can also mobilize a portion of the power of light. Although he doesn't have as much as I do, there are 2 of you, So I admit that I can't kill you. However, you can't kill me either. Delta Origi snorted coldly. How do you know if you don't try? While Oziu was speaking, Lung Shiqi had been secretly observing this small secret realm. Then he said, "You're right. The power of light here far surpasses that of the outside world. Even if we use all our strength, it will be difficult to kill you. If you have something to say, just say it." Oziu smiled lightly and said, "Sure enough, it's easier to talk to a man." Delta Origi's face darkened, but she didn't say anything. Oziu said, "What I mean is that there's no need for us to fight to the death. I still say the same thing. Why don't you and I share our cultivation methods? You came to kill me because you want my cultivation method inheritance. I can also tell you that the cultivation method I obtained is the illusory technique of 1,000 revolutions. You're also someone who obtained the inheritance of a cultivation method. If I'm not wrong, the cultivation method you obtained is also sealed. So, you should know that even if you force me, I can only give you the first level of the cultivation method at most. You can forget about getting the rest." Lung Shiqi nodded and said, "That's true. What do you want?" "Swachuyu, no, you're not Swachuyu. Even your current appearance is not your true appearance." Since Lung Shiqi came to the Southern God Peak with the identity of Old Man Lu, he was wearing the demonic beast blood pattern armor when he fought with Oziu. Oziu used the cultivation method to determine that he was Swachuyu. Now Lung Shiqi revealed the appearance of Old Man Lu, without the cover of the armor. Naturally, he revealed that he was not Swachuyu. Oziu said, "I'm not interested in your true identity. Why don't we sit on a business deal? This can be considered a little sincerity from me." "You want to exchange cultivation methods, right?" Lung Shiqi had already guessed what Oziu was going to say. Oziu nodded and said, "That's right. You and I are both at the early stage of the spirit pulse realm. We only have the first level of the cultivation method. Our cultivation methods come from the same source. If we can verify each other, we will definitely benefit a lot." Lung Shiqi did not say anything. Oziu continued, "You can think about it first. Also, this little girl should be an assassin from the Blood Garment Pavilion." Oziu changed the topic to Delta Origi. He recognized the Delta Origi's moves on the cliff, so it was easy for him to guess her identity. "What you want is my head. I can give it to you as well." Oziu's words were shocking. He actually said such a sentence. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi were confused. Just now, Oziu said that there was no need to fight to the death and exchange cultivation methods with Lung Shiqi. Now he wanted to give away his head? What was Oziu selling in his gourd? Lung Shiqi suddenly thought of the Oziu who had led everyone away at the beginning. He said, "Do you want to use a disguise technique to disguise yourself? Do you think the Blood Garment Pavilion and the employer are fools?" Oziu snorted coldly and said, "The one outside is just an idiot who was controlled by my illusion technique. Look at this." He took out a dark red square box from his mustard seed bag. Lung Shiqi took it and opened it. Then his eyes narrowed slightly. Inside the box was a head. Oziu's head. Oziu said, "Don't make a fuss. This head is not disguised in any way. You can take it to report." "If this head is real, then who are you?" Delta Origi asked coldly. "Who said he's real? I just said that there's no disguise. I'm Oziu and the owner of this head is Ozisu. He's my twin brother." Lung Shiqi secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He said, "You've already prepared this head, haven't you?" The Southern Divine Peak is in Mukin County. As everyone knows, this is the headquarters of the Blood Garment Pavilion. Those sanctimonious people from the Thousand Illusion Sword sect will definitely find assassins from the Blood Garment Pavilion to kill me. Although he did not answer directly, the meaning of his words was already very obvious. Oziu had already made all the plans before coming to the Southern Divine Peak. He had already expected that the Blood Garment Pavilion would kill him. Even if he could use the seven-colored flowing light to fight against the enemy, if the assassins from the Blood Garment Pavilion failed, there would be stronger assassins coming next time. Sooner or later, he would be killed by the assassins. Therefore, he prepared the head of his twin brother. He was good at illusions and could completely fake his death to escape. Thinking of this, Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi had to admit that Oziu was indeed ruthless and shrewd. Chapter 285. In the small secret realm, Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi fell into silence. The main purpose of their trip was to assassinate Oziu. If possible, it would be best to obtain the inheritance of his cultivation method. Now that Oziu had taken out a head that could be passed off as the real thing, they could take it to hand in their mission. As for the cultivation method, they could also exchange it with him. All of this seemed to be good. For Oziu, he had not only escaped the pursuit of the blood clothing pavilion, but also obtained Lung Shiqi's cultivation method. It was killing two birds with one stone. In this way, this was really a win-win deal. However, Lung Shiqi still had a question in his heart. Your twin brother's head can be temporarily deceived, but as long as someone finds out about your brother's death, they will still suspect that you used the flower transplant technique to fake your death. A hint of hatred appeared on Oziu's face. Do you think that my family will still be safe after I become a traitor of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect? Do you think that this head is the one that I killed my own brother? This is him. He gave it to me of his own accord. Oziu's eyes were instantly filled with countless blood vessels. His handsome face also became ferocious, and his entire body emitted an astonishing amount of hatred. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi looked at each other. At this moment, their hearts couldn't help but fluctuate. It seemed that there was an unknown secret behind Oziu's betrayal of the sect. However, Lung Shiqi wasn't interested in these things. Since there was no flaw in this head, he accepted it. This action also meant that he agreed to Oziu's suggestion. Seeing this, Oziu slowly calmed down and said, "You can cultivate here for the next 2 or 3 months." What? 2 or 3 months? Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi were shocked when they heard this. Oziu said, "The entrance to this small secret realm will only open when the 7-colored stream of light appears on the southern god peak, and the first ray of sunlight intersects. So if you want to go out, you can only wait for the next time." This. Lung Shiqi didn't know what to say. 2 or 3 months was not a long time. Moreover, he had a habit of storing a lot of food and water in his mustard seed bag. Therefore, it was not impossible for him to live here for a period of time. But the missions they accepted had a time limit. 1 month's time limit. By the time they left, the mission would have expired. Furthermore, Wuxia had told him not to run around randomly. It was not a big deal for him to run to the southern divine peak. After all, it was not that far away. But if he were to stay here for 2 to 3 months, he would have to endure Wuxia's wrath when he got out. Lung Shiqi frowned and asked, "Is there no other way?" "No." Oziu answered firmly, "This is actually the place where one of the 3 palace masters of the Divine Illusion Palace, Thousand Chance Illusion, went into closed-door cultivation. It was a coincidence that I was able to come here. Apart from the method I just mentioned, there was no other way. Besides, the spirit power here is even denser than in the Thousand Illusion Sword sect. Especially for you. You can use the power of the flowing light here to quickly increase your cultivation. What a great opportunity this is, and you're actually not happy." With that said, Lung Shiqi could only accept this fact. Moreover, as Oziu said, this place was indeed a treasured place for Lung Shiqi to cultivate. At this moment, he finally understood that Oziu had spent so much effort to come here to cultivate. At the same time, he could also avoid being hunted down. It was indeed a good place. But how did Oziu know about this place? How did he know the way to enter the secret realm? Could this have something to do with his betrayal of the sect? Questions appeared in Lung Shiqi's mind one after another. He even began to doubt the authenticity of Oziu falling in love with the witch of the demonic path. However, not long ago he was still fighting to the death with Oziu. In the end, they were still enemies. Therefore, even if he asked, Oziu would not say anything. Next, Lung Shiqi and Oziu exchanged cultivation techniques. He also obtained the first level of the illusory world art of 1,000 revolutions. Then Oziu ignored them and went into the thatched hut to cultivate. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi walked to the side of the secret realm. He said, "How trustworthy do you think Oziu's words are?" Delta Origi replied, "It doesn't matter whether we believe the rest or not. Now that we've gotten what we want, it's enough as long as the matter of getting out is true." Lung Shiqi nodded. "During this period of time, we must not let our guard down. After all, this is his home ground." In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. On this day, Lung Shiqi and Oziu sat cross-legged facing each other. Their eyes were shining with a 7-colored light. Delta Origi was playing with a white bone dagger in boredom. Obviously, she was used to this kind of behavior from the two of them. After a long while, Oziu snorted. His face turned slightly pale, and his eyes returned to normal. He sighed softly and said, "Sigh, I lost again. Brother Lung is still better." Lung Shiqi chuckled and said, "I only have the advantage of mental power. In terms of control of illusion, Brother O is still better." Oziu waved his hand and said, All right. A loss is a loss. Let's call it a day. Then we'll take our leave first." Lung Shiqi then got up and returned to his hut with Delta Origi. In the past 3 months, Lung Shiqi and Oziu had gotten to know each other through fighting. In the beginning, they were still on guard against each other. Later, as a deal, they guided each other's cultivation techniques. The two of them were both good at swordsmanship and illusion. When they had nothing to do, they would spar a little. Gradually, they felt like they had met each other earlier. Now they would routinely spar with swordsmanship and illusion every day. However, Lung Shiqi won more than he lost. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi could not be used as beds and blankets all day long in this secret realm. Thus, Lung Shiqi used the Hand of Earth to build 2 mud houses. These days were perhaps the most comfortable period of time for the two of them. There was no killing, no crisis, and no deception. Every day they cultivated and sparred. When they had nothing to do, they could chat. Their days were very quiet. Fortunately, there were many fruit trees in this secret realm, so they did not have to worry about food. Since Lung Shiqi also cultivated the 1,000 Revolutions illusory world technique, he had a unique advantage in cultivating here. After consuming the 3 Revolutions spirit melting pill, just 2 days ago, his cultivation was already at the 3rd level of the spiritual pulse realm. This speed was even faster than Oziu's. Right now, Oziu was still stuck between the 2nd and 3rd level of the spiritual pulse realm. He was still troubled by opening his spiritual pulse. The main reason was that Lung Shiqi's spiritual pulse had already been opened. All he needed to do was to accumulate spiritual power. In this small secret realm, the spiritual power was already very rich. He could also absorb the 7-colored flowing light and convert it into spiritual power. That was why he had such a terrifying cultivation speed. Delta Origi's progress was also not small. Although she could not actively absorb the 7-colored flowing light, even if she passively absorbed it in this environment, her cultivation had reached the peak of the 1st level. It was a pity that Lung Shiqi had also taught her the introductory chapter of the 5-God flowing light technique, but Delta Origi could not comprehend it. She did not have the talent in illusion. However, just after Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi took a few steps, the 7-colored light in the sky above the secret realm suddenly surged like the wind in clouds. They looked at each other and saw a touch of joy in each other's eyes. The exit of the secret realm was about to open. Chapter 286. At this time, Oziu walked over. He hesitated for a moment before saying to Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi, "You must be careful when you go out. There might be experts eyeing you." Lung Shiqi raised his eyebrows. Oziu seemed to know something. He asked, "What do you mean?" Oziu sighed deeply and said, "Forget it, there's no harm in telling you this. This is about my betrayal of the sect." Oziu then told them the whole story of his betrayal of the sect. Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi were both shocked and bewildered. It turned out that ever since Oziu obtained the inheritance of the cultivation method in the illusory spirit secret realm, he had fallen into a deep vortex. The 1,000 Illusion Sword Sect's ultimate skill, the 1,000 Illusion Sword Art, was a mysterious sword manual that combined swordsmanship and illusion. However, how many people in the world could be proficient in both swordsmanship and illusion at the same time? Not to mention combining the two. Hundreds of years ago, the founder of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect, the Thousand Illusion Sword Sovereign, was a talented person. The Thousand Illusion Sword sect was also promoted to one of the 8 wastelands weapon paths under his hands. However, in the past few hundred years, although the Thousand Illusion Sword sect had produced a few experts of the heavenly yuan stage, none of them had been able to fully comprehend the Thousand Illusion sword art. No one could practice the fundamental cultivation method of a sect, so the Thousand Illusion Sword sect had been relying on its foundation. In the past 200 years, there had been no experts of the heavenly yuan stage. Now the head of the Thousand Illusion Sword sect was old to the point of decay. Once the current head died, the Thousand Illusion Sword sect would no longer have any experts of the heavenly yuan stage. It was very likely that they would fall out of the 8 wastelands weapon paths. Therefore, the Thousand Illusion Sword sect urgently needed another profound cultivation method to save their ending. The cultivation method that Ozu obtained in the illusory spirit secret realm became their hope. As soon as Ozu returned to the sect, he was persuaded by a group of elders to hand over the cultivation method. Ozu could understand the difficulties of the sect, but he only had the first level of the Thousand Revolutions illusory world technique. The rest was sealed in the depths of his mind. What he said was the truth, but when it fell into the ears of others, it became perfunctory. The upper echelons of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect were unhappy, but Ozu was their future hope, so it wasn't good to make things too stiff. Thus, Ozu was placed under house arrest. Every day, people came to persuade him. But one day, for some reason, Ozu had a conflict with a deacon elder, who came to persuade him. He even killed 2 of the elder's disciples. Once this matter came out, it blew up. Ozu was captured on the spot and sent to the torture hall. According to him, he did make a move at that time, but he was actually controlled by someone. Some people believed what he said, but the majority of the people still didn't believe it. There were even some who suggested searching Ozu's memories and directly extracting the cultivation method. However, this method could easily cause Ozu's mental strength to collapse and directly become an idiot, thus destroying a peerless genius. What was laughable was that there were actually quite a few people who agreed with this approach. In their opinion, as long as the sect had a cultivation method, they would have a foundation, which was equivalent to having a chance to rise again. Even if he had to sacrifice a genius, it would be worth it. This matter was too important, and the upper echelons of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect argued endlessly about it. And the strange thing was, just when Ozu thought that he couldn't escape death, someone actually quietly let him go, and escorted him all the way out of the Thousand Illusions Sword sect. After that, he made his preparations and went all the way to the southern Divine Peak, where he met Lung Shichi and Delta Origi. As for the matter of him falling in love with the demonic path it was purely false. Hearing this, Lung Shichi's first reaction was that there was a ghost. In the first half of this story, it was still understandable. A sect that had already begun to decline. In order to protect the position of the 8 desolate weapons path, it was indeed possible for them to interrogate their disciples about their cultivation method. However, from the fact that Ozu had suddenly killed someone and was let go, it was as if there was a pair of big hands behind all of this. In that case, the person behind Ozu's arrival at the southern Divine Peak must have known. Now that Ozu had suddenly disappeared here for 3 months, it was very likely that the other party had set up a lot of spies in the southern Divine Peak to look for Ozu. If Lung Shichi and Delta Origi suddenly appeared, it was indeed possible for them to be targeted. Lung Shichi said at this time, "We will be careful about this matter. Brother O, it's best if you don't go out casually." Ozu said, "Go out? I won't go out until I reach the Spirit Aperture Realm." Spirit Aperture Realm? Ozu actually wanted to cultivate to the Spirit Aperture Realm in one go. However, even if he cultivated in this secret realm, it would take him at least 2 or 3 years. In other words, he would have to stay in this uninhabited place for 2 or 3 years. Lung Shichi and Delta Origi couldn't help but be moved. Especially Delta Origi. She knew the pain of cultivating alone the best. At this moment, she couldn't help but admire Wuxia. At this time, a crack appeared in the air of the small secret realm. Lung Shiqi knew that the time had come and couldn't be delayed any longer. He cupped his fists and said, "See you later." "See you later." Then Lung Shiqi brought Delta Origi into the crack. Outside. Today was the day when the southern divine peak appeared again, and it still attracted many people to come and watch. However, what no one noticed was that two figures suddenly appeared on the side of the cliff at the top of the mountain. After Lung Shiqi and Delta Origi left the secret realm, Delta Origi threw out a bone whip and deeply embedded it into the mountain wall. She pulled hard, and Lung Shiqi was stuck to the mountain wall. Then, Lung Shiqi used the hand of earth, and the two of them disappeared into the mountain wall. Their series of actions were all discussed in advance. Their movements were very fast and very quiet, but that little bit of sound still attracted the attention of someone. This was a middle-aged man in his 40s. His cheeks were very old, his skin was dark, and his face was fierce. Originally, he was also admiring the light in the sky, but suddenly, his ears twitched slightly, and he immediately heard the sound on the mountain wall. Then he closed his eyes and carefully sensed. Soon he noticed a very faint spiritual energy fluctuation under his feet. The corner of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile, and he turned around and walked down the peak. Not long after, Lung Shiqi brought Delta Origi from underground to the mountainside of the southern divine peak, and returned to the surface. Delta Origi let out a sigh of relief and said, "We're finally out." Lung Shiqi also laughed in his heart. Back then, they accepted the mission to assassinate Wuxia. First, it was to give Delta Origi blood drops, and second, it was to bring her out to take a look. In the end, not only did they not obtain any blood drops, but they were also trapped for 3 months. At this time, it was raining. The originally colorless rain turned into a rainbow-colored rain under the 7-colored light. It was beautiful. This made the two of them feel a little better. However, at this moment, Lung Shiqi was shocked. He suddenly felt an extreme sense of danger. It turned out that at some point in time, a huge ice hand had already fallen down with extreme cold power. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.